This audio presentation of the Voice of Revelation by Lilian DeWaters is brought to you by audioenlightenment.com. Copyright 2014. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Religious Beliefs of Today. The longing for something which will end world conflict, promote peace among nations, eradicate disease, and bring serenity and tranquility to hearts and homes everywhere is widespread. Such longing is heartfelt, yet paradoxically, it is the resultant of a grossly false belief and teaching that we are human beings with mind, thought, and will of our own, and that we all live together in a world which is temporal, material, and destructible. The doctrines of religion, as well as teaching in general, unite today in the common, deplorable misconception that God is spirit, and we are humanity, and that we must make an exodus from a material world and human existence into the spiritual world and spiritual existence. Unprejudiced, fearless, and deliberately, let us examine the general status of religious beliefs and teachings of today, as more and more they come into universal focus and will continue to do so, until the truth that one God, one selfhood, and one world reigns alone becomes more widely seen, known, and accepted. Though all the while we are of the world of immaculate love, peace, and security, wherein and whereof God is the self, being, life, mind, and will of everyone, the teaching of sin, separation, material world, and human existence is worldwide. While living in the midst of peace and happiness, security and abundance, one labors to acquire them, to develop or demonstrate them, but still feels that he is separated from them. He studies books and listens to teachers or guides that may show him the way. Alas, he discovers that nearly everyone is searching and struggling for the same thing, something which will bring him the fulfillment of his heart's desire. The entire framework for the preposterous conjecture, assumption, and teaching that we must be translated from a human state into a spiritual, and go from one world to another is taken wholly from certain traditions or mythology, in which is not a single grain of truth. Identified by various diversified names and titles and leading over devious path, all religious creeds, doctrine, and tenet are rooted in one basic fallacy, precisely that we are mortals, mankind, humanity. Webster defines religion as a systems of faith, practices of religious belief. Religion claims two existences, one for God, spiritual existence, and another existence for us, a human or material existence. It further identifies us with a past state of human birth, a present state of regeneration, and a future state of perfection, after we have earned, won, or demonstrated it. Without the religious beliefs in sin and separation, there would be no ground, basis, or foundation for creed or doctrine. No hypothesis for struggle, strife, or warfare, no need for system or method of salvation. The word religion is derived from re, and ligio, L-I-G-I-O, meaning to bind back. Classifying God as spirit and us as humanity, religion then strives to bind back these parts which it believes have been separated. To this end, each religion selects its own particular method, system, and practice, whereby to redeem, regenerate, or reinstate us into the eternal oneness, which never has been severed. Reader, were you present? Were you there when original sin took place? Did you see how, when, and why separation entered into spiritual being and spiritual world, that one should now believe himself to be a human being living in a material world? Has not your heart often wondered, over and over again, how we could have become separated from spirit, God, that we should now be called mankind or humanity? And have you not longed to believe that God must always be the all in all? Trust your heart and its intuitive feeling. We were never separated from God. In the biblical narrative of Adam and sin, tribulation, woe, and death, there is neither veracity, truth, nor symbology. No teaching should be built upon it. The infinite, sinless God knows no human being or material world, no sin, no warfare, no translation or demonstration, no fear, nor fear of fear, no struggle, strife, nor death. In the one infinite God, all is spirit, and there can be no mortals, no human beings. Emergence from matter into spirit or journey from one world to another is utterly impossible. None can bridge a distance between us and God, no distance exists. None can make a journey to God. God is within us. No future time or place can ever be. God is timeless, spaceless, ever present. The very belief in and use of the terms human, material, physical, mortal, and mental, assuming, as they do, our separation from spirit, God, automatically subjects one to sickness, sorrow, tribulation, war, and death. Every method, plan, or practice offered today as a way back or forward to our perfect self and world is based upon the demoralizing belief and teaching that we are not the one perfect self and being now, and that we are not living in the perfect world now. Who is teaching these doctrines and beliefs? The general religious teaching of today. It preaches that we are now mortals, that we have a material body and mind which are temporal, and that we are to become perfect through progressive human footsteps. Were religion not accepting that we are now separated from God or other than one perfect selfhood, would it be identifying God as spirit and us as mankind or humanity? No, it would not. While one may declare that there is no self apart from God, he straightway contradicts it. If he teaches or believes that we are either to put off or to improve a human mind or build a new consciousness. In fact, everything he does to become what the one self already is points directly to his own belief in separation and duality. True knowledge of God in us cannot exist apart from inner revelation. From life lived by inner light we learn that we are not separate from God and other than spirit. God cannot be one and we another. That we must work and labor to become the one we actually are, and strive to demonstrate the things which are ours already, is a blindness which true vision can only dispel. From inner light we learn the great and absolute truth. Separation from God never took place. The way to know the unadulterated truth is the way of the deeply devoted heart to its own light. Here we learn the truth from God direct. What is truth? This is truth. One God, one self, one spirit, one mind, one existence, reigning alone, eternally. Truth is ever present, complete, absolute, total all. Truth is without interval or interruption, remaining identical within itself. To be or not to be the one which reigns alone is the issue which is paramount today. To know the truth that one self exists alone, or to claim existence of two, God and humanity, reveals one's present knowledge or belief. Truth stands alone. Truth has no opposite. Truth has no supposititious antipode. Truth has no second. The teaching that we must develop from one state to another, emerge from matter into spirit, and be translated from a material existence into the spiritual world, is a denial of the sacred, everlasting truth that God is within us. Christ is within us. The kingdom of God is within us, right where we are, here and now. Whatever is true and perfect remains true and perfect always. Never can there be becoming state of reality. Our true and perfect self is here now. Time and place are unknown to God. How far away from us is our self? It is always right where we are. It knows no one is present, no one is here but me. In me there is no fear, no darkness nor veil, nor myth of Adam and sin, nor warfare, tribulation, and death. I am the one world, the one I am that I am. I yield my glory to none other. We have no self or mind that is human or body that is material. No human self, mind, or body can ever be. We are the one who exists alone. All contrary beliefs must be surrendered. Truth comes as revelation to him who, surrendering all belief of himself as another beside the one, and with his whole heart loving the infinite, unseparated one above all else, rejoicingly identifies himself as the one self, the one being, mind and world, spirit. The one universal selfhood was never severed. Not anything was ever lost, nor is there something to be gained. The real self is our only self. This self is God. Other than the self, there is no God. Reader, if you would be whole, happy, and free, then identify yourself as a true and real self only. Whatever is not true should not be considered or tolerated. Freedom consists in knowing what truth is and in being truth. To know what truth is and to be truth provides our perfect answer to every question, rendering certain and sure our complete safety, security, and happiness here and now. Thoughts may change, doctrines and laws undergo revisions, but the truth that the perfect self is our only self reigns alone, eternally. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Revelation of perfect knowledge. When that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. It is inspiring and enlightening to note Moffat's translation of this verse as follows. As for knowledge, it will be superseded. At present, I am learning bit by bit. but then I shall understand. Weymouth states it thus, For our knowledge is partial, but when that which is perfect is come, all that is partial will come to an end. Farrar Fenton says, For we know imperfectly, and we teach with imperfection. But when the perfect arrives, the imperfect will become useless. I shall know perfectly, even as I am perfectly known. In the days directly at hand and before us, these propitious words will be a living reality in our midst, opening to the whole world a grand and glorious new vista. Whatever knowledge is perfect, it will remain. But whatever knowledge is imperfect or partial, it will become useless, and shall come to an end. Perfect knowledge is revealed to those prepared to love it above all else, and be willing to let it supplant for them all other faulty and unsound belief and teaching. When that which is perfect is come, what is the perfect? The perfect is the absolute truth, perfect knowledge already present. How can truth become known to us? By revelation. How can revelation be received by us? Revelation and illumination belong naturally to the heart, for the heart is willing and ready to let go that knowledge which is imperfect and partial for that which is perfect knowledge or absolute truth. This knowledge reveals the real self, the real mind, and the real existence at hand, and that there can be no other. That we are the one being, here and now, and that we have never been another, is perfect knowledge. The idea of at-one-ment came as knowledge bit by bit. Already this idea has been supplanted by the perfect knowledge oneness. There are not two beings to be brought together as one, nor one to be joined with another. We are now the one. Never have there been two. Not union, but unity exists. It is oneness as allness. It is allness as oneness. The one does not see us as another, but sees us as the one. In the infinite, indivisible all, there is no place for atonement. Thus perfect knowledge is now here before us. I am the one. All ways of salvation will be supplanted and superseded by one and only way, I am. This is the light of the cosmic Christ. The identity I denotes one life, one mind, one being, one selfhood for us all, and the verb am is spoken in the present tense, the only tense mind knows. The perfect way is the ever-revealing Christ light. I am the truth, the true and the only one. Loving and cherishing this light above all other lesser lights and ways, we rejoice with exceeding joy to take leave of perfect knowledge. I am. The I is the infinite, perfect, single self, mind and being, universal and eternal. The word am means ever-presence, uninterrupted stillness, serenity, calmness. It is done. It is finished. It is always here and now. Automatically it cancels systems of mental travel, struggle, labor, and work. Through revelation we know and we declare the self-same mind to be in us that was in Christ Jesus, revealing the identical knowledge. Perfect knowledge is knowing and expounding the truth, which never has been more or other than the one spirit, one self, one mind, one will, and one existence. This explodes the demoralizing teaching and belief that we are mortals with human mind sojourning in a material state. The absolute message knows and reiterates there is one being only, and it does not compromise this statement. It is the truth that God is our only self and being. It is the truth that God is our only mind and existence. The teaching, therefore, that we must develop into our own self and journey to our own being is useless, unavailing. Knowledge that the real self reigns alone is even now superseding and exploding the present-day thinking and teaching that we are mortals, having to reach the spiritual and perfect through progressive human footsteps. We are what God is, and nothing else. The one selfhood knows it allness and completeness always. It never wanders from itself, nor lapses into sleep or dream. What can we say then of mortals, human beings, matter, material sense, and a human concept? Spirit is all that exists. And since spirit cannot become material, mortal, or corporeal in thing, thought, law, being, or form, then no such thing as mortality exists, nor matter, nor human concept. Spirit is all that does or can exist. Everyone that is of the truth heareth my voice. That we have human minds and human thoughts which change from one stage to a higher one, finally to rise above the material, are beliefs and practices which are set at naught, when we learn through direct revelation that God has always been our only mind and being. When God is revealed to us as within us, then we have the evidence in ourselves that we are not mortals. Could God be within a mortal or spirit with immortality? It is impossible. Can infinite spiritual mind be within a finite human mind, or I am within that which is not? It is inconceivable. God cannot be one infinite self and being, and we another. In the radiance of illumination, no sense of separation between us and God remains. We are conscious of one being only, our real self. We are seeing, feeling, and knowing as this infinite selfhood. The voice we hear, the truth we see and feel, is that of our own ever-present self and being. I am, or God. Where the Spirit of God is, there is flawless vision and faultless knowledge. For one to know what is true and real, as all along he has himself been known, he must of necessity allow his imperfect beliefs and knowledge to be superseded by the perfect knowledge that now we are the unseparated, sinless self and being. Then he will neither believe in nor preach separateness and duality. He will know and he will experience the glorious meaning of the illumined words, I am Spirit. The place of freedom, wholeness, security, and happiness, free from sorrow and sickness, want, war, and woe, can be found only within the perfect knowledge that we are what God is. And where God is otherwise, there would be no truth or foundation to the saying that God is ever present. God is within us, and in God we live, move, and have our being. Not anything is true but truth itself. No one can become truth, nor is reality yet to be. Again come those glorious, supreme words, I am. Whatever exists must be changeless, eternal existence. To be at all, we must be the one who is real. Freedom, peace, and security consist in knowing ourselves as we are, and in living and being this one. To know what truth is, and to be this one, provides a perfect way of rendering sure and certain our present completeness, wholeness, safety, and happiness. The perfect self is our only self. No human self exists. The perfect world is our only world. We exist in it now, and it is ever within us. Everywhere hearts are yearning for a joy without sorrow, for peace, harmony, and happiness without distress, discord, and destruction. The earnest, faithful heart deeply loves harmony and perfection, and devotes itself to peace and glory with enduring love, therefore will never rest satisfied with less than perfect knowledge. Never has the heart been able to reconcile a perfect God with a world of sinful human beings, nor harmonize infinite divine mind with other finite human minds. Today the innermost feelings of many are questioning with doubt and uncertainty the doctrinal, scholastic, and metaphysical teaching predicated as they are upon the hypothesis of two identities, two worlds, two states of existence, God and humanity, the spiritual and the human. Up and down, in and out, backward and forward, these teachings describe first one, then the other. Wonderful and glorious, that within our own being we can know the true and perfect answer to the fabricated narrative of Adam and sin. In no other way than by revelation can the true and enfranchising answer be known. Through direct revelation we know for a certainty, without doubt or fear, that what no eye has ever seen, what no ear has ever heard, what never entered the mind of man, God has prepared all that for those who love him. And God has revealed it to us by the Spirit, for the Spirit fathoms everything, even the depth of God. Hearts will leap with joy to hear the word of perfect knowledge, that everything in and of God is timeless, spaceless, changeless, inseparable, and absolute. Loving truth and light more than mystery and darkness, they will forthwith throw overboard every downward vision and teaching which describes or refers to us as the self and being which is not God. Ready to accept the perfect when they hear it, loving, earnest hearts will proclaim their acceptance of the absolute message that we are spirit, we are spiritual mind, we are whatever God is, and we live now in spiritual existence. They will have the witness in themselves that one God and one mind reigns alone, that Spirit is all, and there can be none else, no other being or thing. The subtle, deeply shrouded in mystery question being brought out now in the limelight, boldly faced and boldly answered once for all is this: was there or was there not a separation of spirit and the spiritual world called by religion the fall of man? Upon this answer, yes or no, depends upon one's entire knowledge of God and oneself, whether as perfect knowledge which shall endure, or imperfect knowledge which shall be done away. The absolute message is perfect knowledge. It is the voice of truth, the word of truth, the kingdom and the power and the glory of truth. Unqualified, uncompromised, unequivocal, its answer is no. We never were separated from God and the spiritual world. The coming of the end of the world means the coming to an end of the diabolical belief that we are a human race. Every doctrine, belief, or teaching, identifying or classifying us as mortals, humanity, mankind, or humanhood, with human minds to be elevated or put off, with bodies which are human, temporal, and material, will be perceived and known as imperfect knowledge, and shall be rolled together as a scroll, and shall perish from the earth. End of chapter. Chapter 3, the Book of Life. Let us now consider a source of knowledge sincerely believed by many to be supreme in the field of spiritual light, and to contain knowledge which cannot be superseded, namely the Bible. Here is a book which Christian nations believe to be inspired truth, not to be questioned. Why should this be when in all the realms of knowledge, in all the departments of life, the new ideas, new inventions, and new discoveries which are going on continually are accepted with delight and utilized generally? Should not the searcher for that which is perfect knowledge joyfully accept new revelation of truth as known today, rather than depend upon doctrines and creeds of past ages? It is a marvelous, glorious fact which remains inviolate, that it is the nature of truth to reveal itself continually to pure in heart, in ever-expanding brightness of light, vision, and experience. Reality and truth ever abide within us, even right in the present here and now. In spite of all religious books, preaching, and teaching, no heart has ever been able to reconcile a perfect Creator with sin, sorrow, want, war, punishment, destruction, and death. Regardless of all beliefs and doctrines, everyone is still longing for a joy without sorrow, for peace, harmony, and happiness without discord, hostility, or destruction. Hungry hearts continue to ask for the answer pertaining to the origin of evil in a world of ever-present God. Daring questions, if allowed freed and spontaneous utterance from the heart, with its persistence and insistence, its native pristine purity and oneness, are bound to receive amazing and astonishing answers, and right from the heart itself. Let us dare to give utterance to the heart's burning questions. For instance, the following: how could sinless God see even one sin to punish or forgive, not to mention a whole world of sin and sinners? Could divine love rebuke error when it knows no presence but its own? Could there be God in sin, God in pain, God in punishment, God in war, destruction? Can there be one infinitude of being, and also a world of sick, sinful, and suffering humanity? True, every Christian religion of today accepts two existence, two powers, two minds, two beings, namely one, that of God, and two, that of man. Every religion identifies us as man, a human being, living in a human existence, wherein we must work out our own salvation through struggle, regeneration, and overcoming. Christian books written since the Bible, professing to be founded upon the Bible, and to be a spiritual interpretation of, or the key to the Bible, contain the same platform of dualism. All Christian teaching and practices of today, whether called orthodox or metaphysical, identify us as man with human mind and will, in need of regeneration and salvation. Were we a race of human beings or humanity who must pray, strive, and struggle, continuing to overcome imperfections, discord, sorrow, and limitation, day after day, year after year, never could we know the truth that the one selfhood is our only self, for none can know the truth except as the sinless selfhood. What gives one the real truth? What lives his vision to the living God? What brings him glorious light, peace, and security? Something within himself, something within his own heart. Truth is made known to us through inner light only, the still small voice. Here is where they shall be all taught of God. Spiritual insight or vision is a beholding which is wholly spiritual, incorporeal. To see truth as it is, in its simplicity, purity, and glory, we must be willing to look away from book, doctrine, and person to God direct. To hear spiritually, We must be deaf to every one and everything which treats of another mind, another power, another existence and world beside the one God. What do we see? What do we feel? And what do we know spiritually of God direct? What is it that is revealed to us regarding sin, sinner, sinful world? It is this: the forever I am is the changeless, immaculate, indivisible, all in all. God knows only truth, even as the sun knows only its own light. God never miscalculated, misconceived, or miscreated. God did not sin. God did not permit or allow sin. God never told us of the presence of sin, sinner, sickness, devil, or death. God knows only God. Truth knows only truth. Truth never devised a way to pay sin's wages. Truth never predicted war, bloodshed, or tribulation. God is the only selfhood of all. God is the only power. God is the only existence. The forever I am is our only self. In the light of the Eternal One, we see as this one, we feel and know as this one. God does not tell us that we are fallen beings, nor that we are separate from the light of truth. Through our heart's deepest devotion and loyalty to God as our only being, we can experience the eternal mind as our all and everything. We are certain that we have never been separated from Spirit. We are Spirit. We know there is no fall from divine mind. We are divine mind. We experience the perfect world dwelling within us. Reader, should it be worthy of our belief that a God who is the perfection of being could decree and predict sin, sorrow, strife, warfare, and death? They who have light within themselves, revealing the infinite God of love, peace, harmony, and perfection ever present, can no longer believe in a world of finite, sinful human being. To them their God must be one, changeless, absolute, all. The hour is at hand when we can read the book of life, known by the one whose eye is single. It is unique indeed, pristine and pure. It is not a compilation of writing, nor is it an interpretation of them. The book of life is a revelation of the heart. It can be understood by the heart alone, without regard to person, time, place, or thing. The book of life, or revelation of the heart, reveals our real nature and being to be our only nature and being. It reveals the truth of our identity as it is now, and as it was, and as it ever will be, the one, spiritual, selfhood itself. Yes, perfect knowledge is come, revealing God as one unseparated, infinite self, being, mind, and existence, thus canceling belief in the legendary records of a fall, a curse, sin, misery, tribulation, human beings, human minds, human thinking, a future place, time, world, and existence. Revelation never ceases, nor can it have an ultimate finality. Nothing can stop the renewing light of the heart, which is ever sending forth its effulgence to those ready to receive it. New light is now come. Not only does it reiterate the revelation of God as the one infinite mind, but it further reveals that we are this mind, here and now, and that we are not mortals with human minds. New light reveals spiritual existence to be the only existence we have now, or ever can have. When this new light, that we are spirit, the one mind, supersedes for him the imperfect teaching, even that which appears in his most cherished textbook, or the Bible itself, one will realize that out of the mouth of the one mind and being there cannot proceed the teaching of both oneness and duality, both spiritual mind and human minds, spiritual beings and mortals, truth and error. He who has the light which reveals the one spiritual mind and the one spiritual existence to be the only mind and the only existence there ever was or can be, knows further that there absolutely cannot be an infinite God of love, peace, harmony, and perfection, and also a world of finite, sinful human beings. Whatever is perfect and infinite must be one. It cannot be two. In all scriptures, including the Christian Bible, we find not only absolute truth or perfect knowledge, but also mythology and duality, recorded side by side. The heart, which is devoted to the light of truth above all else, is pure enough to admit new revelation. He who has a discernment bestowed upon him by self-revelation will cease to accept any longer the dualistic doctrine of another being, mind, power, and existence beside God the One. He will not accept any longer the teaching based upon himself as a human being, man or mind, which in turn is based upon the scriptural doctrine called the fall of man. The fact in reality is revealed. God is infinite, spiritual self in the mind, and there is none else. Out of this oneness it follows we have no human mind or consciousness. God self, God mind, and God consciousness exist alone. No other consciousness has ever existed. There is the perfect knowledge superseding the teaching that we are a human man or a mortal, to reach perfection through evolution, progress, or translation. The widespread teaching that a human mind can be imbued with understanding, or that mortals can improve their beliefs through progressive human footsteps. Though it has brought blessing as a temporary compensation, yet such results were part and parcel of imperfect knowledge, which shall be discarded. Recognized as based upon the belief that we are mortals or human beings, such teaching will become useless and be brought to an end. Understanding a myth to be something in imagination only, containing neither truth nor reality, one should dismiss it. There was never the birth of a single mortal, never a fallen being. The infinite whole exists without beginning, separation, or end, through the revelation of oneness as allness, changeless, timeless absolute. We come face to face with ourself, which reigns alone. It is without cause, effect, history, or purpose. With wholehearted love and absolute devotion to truth and light itself, one will let go his former beliefs, the same as he discontinued the use of candles and the horse and buggy. If yesterday he believed certain things and ideas to be true when they were not, he can be ready today to accept new and renewing spiritual ideas and insight, just as he accepts new inventions as they become known and available. No fear is attached to the turning to and acceptance of this enlightened standpoint. Every interpretation, doctrine, or practice which would connect, identify, or associate us with degenerate beings, humanity, humanhood, or mortals, will be swallowed up and lost sight of in the luminous light and perfect knowledge that the infinite I Am remains unseparated and alone. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Was there a fall from God? God is spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. Who is comprehending the innermost meaning of this momentous, authoritative statement? They who hear this admonition, that spirit must be our first and supreme concern, are they who love truth and reality more than person, book, or traditional system of belief. Quickly, fearless, we cast away as futile and faulty every teaching which would identify us as a human man, a human mind and being. We know and we do not hesitate to declare that since God is spirit, we are spirit, and that to worship in spirit we must be spirit. Our name is spirit, our nature is spirit, the real self. We are neither a personal self nor a corporeal form, nor do we live in a material existence. No such thing as personal being exists, neither mortality, material sense, human concept, an opposite of spirit, or as supposititious antipode to spirit. God, spirit, is all. Whatever spirit is, exists, unchanged, unseparated, everlasting. Nothing can be put to it, nor anything taken from it. That which hath been is now, and that which is to be hath already been. There are not two minds and two beings of us, a human or mortal one here and now, and a spiritual immortal one to be gained later in some other existence. Nor is there a meritorious need that we work, labor, and struggle now as a being at war with oneself. Right here and now we can and we must behold as he who is not separated from God. Then we know ourselves as spirit, with whom is no shadow of turning. Infinite spiritual mind never became finite mentality. Infinite spiritual being never became sinful humanity. No part of God fell away from God. There never existed a fallen state of being, darkness, void, sinful Adam, nor Adam dreamers. We are not man, image, idea, reflection, or expression. We are what God is. I, we, us, is spirit itself, mind itself, the perfect self itself, pure and perfect always. The one selfhood does not say, I must battle with false beliefs, I must reap what I sow, I must vanquish sin and overcome the dream of a material existence. Let no one believe that he is another self. As soon as we see perfectly that there is one self only, then we renounce the imperfect teaching that we are another. We cease accepting the idea that we must travel from darkness to light, from sense to soul. We know I am the real self alone. Spiritual perceiving and knowing everything is its right light, and calling things by their true names, the sense of time, space, and structure is not present. The real and the true is all that we know and all that we experience. Therefore we keep our attention on what God is and what God, the Self, knows, not on what God is not and does not know. It is revealed to us that we live now in the spiritual world, and there is no other world. For the one to be all, the one must be without a second. The one, all, is the fact, standing alone, uninterrupted, invariable, everlasting. Servitude to doctrines based upon the teaching that we are mankind, humanity, mortals or humanhood, having minds to choose and to think as we will, results in confusion of vision and tongue, turmoil and frustration. Whereas basing our clear perception on spiritual being as our only being, spiritual mind as our only mind, and spiritual existence as our only existence, rejecting all other contrary teachings, regardless of their source, origin, or conception, we enjoy the faultless law of freedom, peace, and blessedness. We are a light unto ourselves. Knowing the allness of our own self as perfect, pure, and complete, we know no process of salvation. We see no enemy to overcome, no power to silence, nothing to defeat or destroy. Our selfhood exists in itself only, in its own entirety and omnipresence. It has knowledge and awareness of itself alone. It is purity itself. It is perfection itself. It is oneness, allness, totality, unity. Self-contained, self-complete, self-supreme, our selfhood knows nothing to be punished, overcome, healed, or destroyed. Right now it should be clear and certain that there is not reality and perfection for God and unreality and imperfection for us, nor spiritual existence for God and human existence for us. God's reality is our reality. God's existence is our existence, and we can have no reality, no existence of our own. Otherwise there would be no principle of being, not any other mind, power, thought, or thing was antecedent to the one infinite being, nor can any other mind, power, thought, or thing exist beside. Therefore, to whomsoever the question arises, who am I? The resounding answer of the one can be read as follows: He that is not with me is against me, and he that gathereth not with me scattereth abroad. Spiritually seeing and understanding the axiomatic principle that there is none beside me, we know there is no dual being, God and man, nor dual mind, divine mind and human minds, nor dual activity, spiritual awareness and human thinking. Belief in a personal mind and its thinking keeps one from listening to the voice of his own heart, which always knows, and could ever have told him that there was no fall from God in the perfect world, and there was nothing mortal, human, or material. Think not to change, heal, purify, spiritualize, or translate anyone or anything. Nothing but the One is present. Every moment spent in thinking, reading about, or listening to the teaching of another self, another mind, being, and existence, besides the One, keeps one attention from the truth, the real, the present all in all. With avid zeal and in pure delight, one should hasten to drop everything pertaining to duality, devoting himself entirely to the pure and perfect One is all. Devotion to perfect knowledge instantly puts to naught our association with any doctrine, method, or practice based upon a mind and thinking which is not of God. Identified as the One Self and loving the One beyond all else, we are gloriously aware of harmony, peace, joy, and wholeness as our own life, mind, and consciousness here and now. Only when we know with the heart can we have perfect knowledge. If all do not hear the voice and receive illumination, revelation, it is only because they are misidentifying themselves as a human man or woman, with human mind and thinking. The only truth that can be said of a mortal being or a human mind is that no such one or thing exists. The reader should note that every method and practice set forth today pertains to us as some other being outside the One. Certainly that could not apply to the one spiritual being. Such ideas as sickness, sorrow, war between nations, warfare with ourselves, tribulation and death were never thought nor spoken by pure and perfect mind. Listen to your own heart, which believes neither in sin nor in punishment, in a mortal mind, nor in its destruction. There is none beside me. Glorify me. Who is to regard error as universal false belief? No one. Who is to believe in a self-destructive nature or evil? No one. Who is to build higher states of human consciousness or see through illusion? No one. Superstitions, time-worn dogmas, and obsolete doctrines should no longer be sanctioned. Let them be taboo. Be single-visioned, single-minded, single-tongued, that God in the perfect world is within us, is the glorious, everlasting truth at hand to be seen, known, and accepted by everyone who will receive it. By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. From now on the teaching and beliefs of everyone will lie exposed to view, whether they speak the language of the one mind or use the double talk, whether they accept the one mind alone or believe that we are another. Teaching and doctrines can now be seen for just what they are, whether they teach the flawless truth that we are spirit, we are the one mind living now in the spiritual world, unseparated from God, or if they talk about us as man, humanity, mind, and thinking in a human existence. Do they teach the truth boldly and authoritatively, that we are the real self alone? Or do they still continue to promulgate the unprincipled belief that we are humans or mortals? The arrival of perfect knowledge heralds the abolition of the welter of worthless, useless words, relating us to a mind, being, self-bodying world which have no existence. The use of certain telltale words instantly reveals one's state of knowledge or belief. Prefixes greatly determine the fundamental meaning of words. Take, for example, the prefix trans, T-R-A-N-S, meaning across, over, beyond. Definitely the use of the words trance-like, transform, transcend indicate the thinker, speaker, or writer to be accepting two selves, two minds, and two worlds. And as a human being, he contemplates passing or going from one state to another. A spurious notion, an utterly impossible achievement. There is no mortal, there is no human mind, there is no material existence. Spirit is the only being, the only mind, and the only existence. The words overcome, overthrow, conquer, demonstrate, strive, struggle are also indicative of the fact that one is accepting himself as separated from God and the spiritual world. Such thinking denotes that his need is for spiritual light and revelation. Just where is omnipresent God if not right here and now, where we are? Why look forward to some other place, time, or plane to find rest, peace, and happiness than now at hand? Why think of the next plane? Only because of belief and teaching that we are humanity living now in a temporal human body. God does not see us as other beings, other minds, though we have been taught to believe that we have a personal or human mind and live now in a human or material existence. This teaching and belief has an end. Enlightenment has revealed that there has never been more or other than one self, one consciousness, one world, and one existence. There must be no further acceptance of dual belief. For example, to say there is one mind only is truth. If one would rest his understanding here, he would have knowledge. If, however, he then proceeds to state that the human mind is opposed to God, that the human mind is all that produces pain, that the human mind must rise above the sense of materiality into spiritual understanding, he has directly contradicted his statement of truth that there is one mind only. He is double-minded. His labor is spent in vain. Imperfect or partial knowledge is belief only, while knowledge is itself the perfect perception of truth, verily, truth itself. To state that there is one infinite spiritual selfhood, and in the next breath to elude us as mortals, humanity or mankind, who must be spiritualized and translated, evidences that the thinker or speaker has not himself received the revelation that truth is one without a second. When he has knowledge that he is himself, the one mind and one being, he will stop identifying himself or anyone else as a mortal with human mind. Never again will he believe in any existence but spiritual existence, nor any self or being but the infinite, indivisible one. He will know and he will state that the one self reigns alone eternally, and that we ever were this self. Truth does not exist in the teaching that we are not the real self now, nor the real mind. Truth does not exist in the teaching or religious doctrine that we are man, and as man we must be translated forward or back into spirit. Knowledge does not dwell in dualistic teaching. Knowledge or absolute understanding knows and states that there has never been more than one self, one consciousness, one will, and one world, that of itself. For every expanse in spiritual light we are glad and happy, but let no one think there is a place where revelation is stopped. Revelation is as boundless as God, immeasurable, eternal, since our divine mind is infinite, total. All, then every teaching or doctrine relating to us as a human mind, human thought, human concept, human will, must be abandoned and done away with. It is the truth that our only being is God. It is the truth that our only world is within us. It is the truth that our own consciousness is Christ's illumination. The belief, therefore, that we must develop into our own self, journey to the perfect world, or accept revelation as belonging to certain ones in past history, has no truth in it. We are here and now, God's self, God being, God consciousness, and our illumination is ever at hand and within us. This true and right knowledge will bring to an end the wrong teaching that we are a man, a human, a mortal, living in a temporal existence, to reach perfection through progressive human footsteps. If I had not come and spoken unto them, they had not had sin, but now they have no cloak for their sin. Until perfect knowledge was revealed, that we are inseparable from spirit, we had no way of knowing the ambiguity of the teaching that God is spirit, but we are mortals. There remains now no excuse for double-mindedness, double vision, and double talk. When one perceives that he is teaching or accepting the teaching that we are humanity, human minds and human bodies, it must be now clear to him that he is believing in separation from God. Thus automatically he is identifying himself with sickness, limitation, trial, and tribulation. Fear not to give up wrong beliefs. They must go. Truth and reality is all that exists, all that can ever exist. Through spiritual revelation only can we see things in their true light. Then we know there has been no separation between God and us, and that no translation can be made in ever-present, perfect being. True and certain words. These words, every kingdom divided against itself shall not stand. In proclaiming God as our life and being, yet believing in and discussing human mind, human beings, human conditions, error, mortal mind, devil, mesmerism, hypnotism, animal magnetism, counterfeit, unreality, illusion, or appearance, one is the kingdom divided against itself. Perfect knowledge does not exist in the teaching of a human mind, a mortal body, a material world, or a mental power. The truth in religion or metaphysics will endure forever, but its faulty teaching that we are mankind, humanity, or mortals, to be raised or translated into the real and true is already becoming useless. Accepting one mind only to be our mind, conscious and world, in possession of infinite knowledge, we have infinite enlightenment with us, brilliant and sublime. Identified as its one being, mind and selfhood, here and now, we are accepting oneness, which has never been severed. The absolute message declares only one spirit being, existent in world, is to be considered. Metaphysical teaching may lead the way to the absolute, but cannot enter it, since metaphysics cannot go beyond its boundaries. The hour is here now. Indeed, the hour is ever present, when one should identify himself with pure knowledge and right teaching only, for nothing else will ever satisfy. Let him believe in one consciousness, one world. Let him discuss no other. Let old things pass away. Behold the new day. We should serve in newness of spirit, and not in the oldness of the letter. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Explosion of religious fallacies. God is infallible, immortal light, love and perfection, and there is no other being, there is no other power, there is no other existence. Why give reality to legend, mythology, or untrue teaching? We can find out the truth from truth itself, the very God within us. God never told of the existence of sin. God never told of the existence of sinner or sinful world. God never told of the existence of discord, disease, destruction, or death. God never predicted war, tribulation, woe, or doom. God never inspired religious, sacrifice, mercy, pity, punishment, or forgiveness. So what is the truth about sin and the sinful world? What is the truth about redemption, atonement, salvation? I am the infinite and eternal one, who is omniscience, omnipresence, and omnipotence. I am pure consciousness existing alone. There is not anything unlike me. There is not anything against me. There is not anyone beside me. Before me, God, no God was formed, neither shall there be after me. The infinite did not sin, allow, or permit sin. The infinite did not declare that sin is the author of itself and must therefore destroy itself or be self-destroyed. Infinite, pure consciousness comprises its own universe of immutable love, peace, harmony, and glory. This spiritual universe is now and ever has been our only universe. Perfect consciousness is ever perfect universe, and perfect universe is ever perfect consciousness, one and the same. The infinite God, reigning alone, knows no sinner and no sin. Since sin did not originate in pure consciousness and being, and since there is no other source of being or of existence, there is no sin. Hence sin never caused sorrow, tribulation, or death. What can be added to or taken from that which God has established? Not anything now exists, but that which has existence in God, the One. Infinite mind or consciousness being all, it knows all there is to know. Does the one mind need purification and salvation? Does the one being need atonement or forgiveness? Does the one consciousness see another existence beside its own? Impossible. There is God in him alone. There is pure consciousness and nothing else. Our mind only exists. One mind only is our mind. Our mind does not resist anything, defy, deny, or defeat anything. Our mind needs no awakening. It exercises no dominion. Our mind makes no attempt to negate, unsee, or reduce to nothingness that which already has no existence. Could God know of human, personal minds or how to improve, purify, and heal them when there is only his pure, sinless being? Could the infinite, indivisible one demand recognition of obedience, sacrifice, and atonement from other separate minds? Impossible. Infinite, perfect mind is the only mind there is to know, to feel, or to be conscious. Not a solitary human mind or mortal being has existence within the infinitude of God, nor is there any other universe or place of existence. Reader, never identify yourself or another as a mortal or human being. One only is ourself, mind and being, that is God. We must listen to and hear the truth that in spirit there is no creation of humanity, mortality, time, sickness, sorrow, war, or death. In spirit all is harmony, peace, and happiness. The Lord is in his holy temple. Let all the earth keep silence before him. For the earth shall be filled with knowledge of the glory of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea. Moffat's translation is this: the Eternal is within his sacred temple. Hush all men, he is here. 'Tis the knowledge of the Eternal's glory that shall find the earth as waters cover the bed of the sea. No need to ascend into a high mountain, descend into a valley, nor strive with thought and tears. Free, unhampered, unfettered, and unconstrained by person, book, superstition, law, doctrine, or rule, we can know the truth of ourself and of all things by divine revelation. The light of God within us, abolishing traditional, crumbling doctrines. To know the truth of all things and have the perfect answer to every question, it is imperative that perfect knowledge be revealed to us by self-revelation, the very book of life itself within us. Here only can our being, world, and existence be known and experienced. Knowledge of the perfect one as all shall remain infallible knowledge. In any book, whatever knowledge or teaching is dualistic will become futile and useless, even it is being witnessed everywhere today. Teachings which are based upon God as Spirit, the totality of ourself, being and world, shall remain, but teachings which are based upon the belief of our separation from God must be exposed and exploded. If certain general beliefs and understanding be accepted as right, when they are wrong, clear light and understanding must inevitably come, which will disclose of books and teachings what is truth and what is not truth. Antiquated pagan legends about human beings, their warfare with themselves and others, as well as their battle with sin, sickness, adversary, or devil, have not an iota of truth in them. They were never thought nor taught by God, the one mind. Why then do the general Christian teachings of today continue to relate us to human minds and thinking, declaring they must be renovated, purified, advanced, or regenerated? The answer is because those promulgating or accepting these beliefs are still basing their assumption or reasoning upon the biblical record of a fall from perfection. Not until one has received or accepted the enlightenment that God is inseparable being will his belief in dualism, built upon the story of Adam and sin, be exploded. And verily, the exposure of everything which is built upon this fabrication shall be even more revolutionary than that of atomic power. Whosoever will can immediately begin to perceive and accept the knowledge that now are we the mind of God, and now are we the self, being and existence of spirit, and that we have never been another. He will then know of spirit, and he will acknowledge and make known that all teaching and beliefs based upon dualism must and shall be exploded, even as the Bible reveals. There is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, and hid that shall not be known. Moffat translated it, nothing is veiled that shall not be revealed, or hidden that shall not be known. He also states that any realm divided against itself comes to ruin. Any city or house divided against itself will never stand. Here and now we can identify ourselves as God's self, God, I am, against which there is no law. As we know the eternal to be our full and complete perfection, this very instant, timeless, causeless, changeless, without end, we cease to think, read, or talk about humanity, humanhood, mortals, or mankind. We know spirit to be one and only identify there is of all. The one self is fulfillment in itself. The one self is all the reality that exists. Irrespective of time, book, or belief, the glory of the perfect light is being revealed, necessarily rendering obsolete the imperfect teaching of yesterday. One should be even more prepared to accept an appropriate revolutionary new light pertaining to his own harmony, peace, and happiness than he is to accept and utilize revolutionary new discoveries pertaining to everyday living. As we are illumined, we become aware of our perfect self as the all and whole of us. We are sublimely serene. In the knowledge of the one as our mind, world, and existence, we are aware that there is no mortal. We were never mortals. We were never humans. We never lived a human existence. We never had a human body. We are spirit. We are the one. There has been no other. We must see to it, therefore, that we are devoted to spirit as the only identity and consciousness of all, and that we love the truth and the truth alone. Spirit is our consciousness. Spirit is our knowledge and light. He who has received the light within himself, the revelation that God and I are the very identical one, can now perceive this light as the high light of the Bible. It declares that all things to be known rightfully must be seen and known spiritually by the Spirit within. In this new and glorious light of the one without separation, we turn completely away from dualistic teaching, all of which would tend to keep us identified with sickness, depression, confusion, war, and tribulation. Out of the light of new revelation we know and we proclaim again and again that God never told of a sinful Adam or a fallen state of being, nor of darkness and void. God never told of the presence of sin, sinner, or human existence. Divine wisdom was once told in the form of spiritual drama and allegory, picturizing the deep, scarred truth of divinity to abide within the hearts of all. Dramatic figures were known to be non-human and non-historical. Today the luminous light of the self not only reassures us of the divinity within us, but infinitely more. It reveals that we are, here and now, this infinite perfect life, mind and being itself, and that we have never been otherwise. Until one knows what is truth in the Bible and what is fiction, any attempt to interpret legendary records only tends to prolong and actuate the general belief in duality, sin, and separation. Any interpretation of the Bible based upon one's belief that everything in it is perfect knowledge but confirms one's belief in two existence, two powers, two worlds. Knowing through inner spiritual light that one identity only is our selfhood, mind, and being, we know there is no duality, no deception, confusion, or bewilderment, nor anything that maketh a lie, in the infinitude of reality. Not a solitary heart wants to believe in war or in warfare, whether within himself or within nations. In fact, everything in oneself rebels against it. In no conceivable way can anyone reconcile war, woe, tribulation, or death with infinite love, purity, perfection, and completeness. Yet even now, through the Bible, the prophecy of wars between nations, woe, suffering, and tribulation is being sent forth to nations all over the world. Do we want them to believe there must be another war? May they listen now to their own hearts, and with their hearts may they know that the one perfect selfhood and spiritual existence alone is present. Is it not pointless to pray to God to end wars, bless humanity, and remove evil from the world when he knows himself as omnipresence? It is necessary only that we cancel out of belief everything pertaining to us as a race of human people or sinful souls. We are spirit, not man, people, or humanity. We are the one eternal mind, and not personal or human minds. We live now in the one and only world, the spiritual world, and not in a human existence. Author's note: fulfilling the request to include in this book the publication of my course of private lessons written and sent out in manuscript form between the period 1943 to 49, this course now starts with the next chapter. Those who possess copies of the original edition will be delighted to find that valuable changes and amplifications have been made. A few lessons have been shortened or omitted due to repetitive ideas. Every chapter of this book is the message of the Absolute. End of chapter. Chapter 6, Spiritual Practice. Lesson number 1, November 14th, 1943. Our Power and Glory. When one has the true and actual knowledge of himself, that is, when he knows his life and being to be God, the one and only selfhood, and this self to be one and indivisible, impossible of separation into multiple personalities, then he is ready to learn how to live in the midst what may seem to be trials and tribulations, and walk undismayed, free and immune. Of his personal efforts, no one can think himself into the kingdom of heaven, redeem himself from what seems a necessity to make demonstrations, or rise above the belief that he is imperfect, insecure, and incomplete. Not until one discards everything that has to do with personal efforts, personal getting, or demonstration, in fact, everything that has to do with the becoming, will he be able to understand the illuminating I Am. Many still need to see that there is no such thing as personality, nor ever can be. Nor can one be God individualized. Let one turn absolute and completely away from all belief that he is other than the one perfect life now, that he is other than the one immaculate body now, or the one all-knowing, all-existing, all-supplying mind now. If one finds himself unable to fulfill this divine requirement, then of necessity he needs to be born again. Just how can this be accomplished? Only through the Immaculate Conception. For instance, do you still make a note of a certain day and place where you were born of human parents? Do you believe that two human beings gave you life, and that you are a product of humanity? These beliefs must be laid aside. Unless this is done, you are bound to consider yourself a human being under the law of human birth, age, and death. Each must eventually conceive himself spiritually, immaculately, that is, conceive himself to be spirit, never having been born, never having had existence apart from spirit. You must be born of the Spirit before you can actually see and claim yourself to be Spirit. Without this rebirth or letting go of human concept to accept the real and the true, you will unwittingly be attempting to place the Immaculate Conception over the human and material belief. Such an attempt to gain the light of truth will prove inconsistent and futile. See and think only from the standpoint that Spirit is our only substance and identity. The one immaculate body is ours here and now. The perfect universe of spirit is within us and about us. Verily, what has been called a material world shall be known to be the city of God. Our body, which may seem to be physical or material, shall be found to be immaculate, free from spot or blemish. There is nothing but spirit. Our whole mind, being, world are spirit. Supply, income, and abundance are spirit. Happiness, companionship, joy, and peace are spirit. Through the Immaculate Conception, we see the whole body to be spirit, its actions and functions spirit, which is ever perfect in insight, awareness, power, and glory. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. Matthew 5:17. Could Jesus attempt to destroy anything existing in the world of God? No. Could he attempt to destroy anything existing outside the world of God? No. The truth cannot change or be changed, and this truth means that your mind, your body, and your world are perfect, immaculate, free, and flawless, even at this identical moment. Never can you be redeemed or spiritualized by trying in any way to redeem or spiritualize yourself. What is your redemption? To release yourself from all belief and teaching that you are human or material, and identify yourself with God, the one mind, one life, one body, one world alone. From this true and real position you will be able to see and understand, 1, that which is, and 2, that which is not. Never accept a belief that the infinite has done all the thinking. Instead, know that you are the infinite. and that you are to accept only that teaching which is based upon divine knowledge, insight, and understanding. It is the will of God, the grace and love of God, that we see and know how to be free, happy, and successful in this very world and at this very time. Truth stands revealed in our experience. Verily, each must be this understanding unto himself, not as a personality, but as the perfect mind itself. Never accept the notion that as you believe yourself to be well, prosperous, or happy, you will become so. There is no such thing as a becoming. As a personality, you do not control yourself for good or bad. You are the self and no other, and in you lie full and complete knowledge and experience of reality and truth. None will attempt to make demonstrations after he discovers his changeless and eternal being, his immaculate self, body, and world. There is none else. Today it is apparent that healing through metaphysical means is limited. The reason is that we are entering a new era where there shall no sign be given. Matthew 12:39. All of us have no doubt experienced signs and wonders in our body, world, and affairs, but something of far greater importance is now being required of us. Surely you can see that if healing became easier, more and more certain, then we would be absolutely satisfied with healing, and so would never know or experience the great and eternal fact that we are perfect now without need of healing. Many are saying that years ago healings were sure and certain, but that now, though they read and study faithfully, healing does not result. The reason for this is a need for a new enlightenment and a new revelation. Light brings deliverance instantaneously as a flash. You will recall that in my recent publication, The Great Answer, I related my experience with the Japanese beetles. When these insects first attacked my linden tree, I believed that they should not harm the tree any more than the bees or the birds, that all forms of life were the same life. I therefore at once began knowing that life could not prey upon life. Nevertheless, in spite of my clear and certain knowing, the beetles continued to destroy the leaves. After a day or so, a question arose within me. A new idea dawned upon me which I had never seen before. It was this: could it be possible that these beetles had no life in them at all? That they were not of God? The more I considered this revelation, the more certain it became to me that it was true. It was certainly startling and arresting. I had always believed all life to be of God. I now recall various accounts of pestilence in the Bible and how they were destroyed, also that Paul threw the viper into the fire. I saw with clear vision and understanding that God life could not be a pestilence, that any form of pestilence was not of God. I therefore knew as follows: if these beetles are of God, they cannot harm the tree, and if they are not of God, they cannot harm the tree, for they have no life in them. The following morning the whole great drove of them lay upon the ground under the tree. I knew then they were not of God, and that they never had any life in them. Furthermore, and of greater importance, I saw that no evil had been present. My perception of the non-existence of any life but God life was their abolition. When one knows for certainty that discord or inharmony does not come from God, then let him decide whether or not there is any other source of life and being beside God. Through this manner of self-inquiry, he is bound to come face to face with the genuine fact and truth that discord cannot come from God, nor from anything other than God, that it has no source, origin, substance, presence, or existence. Our perception and understanding of this reality forces the conclusion of the non-existence of whatever is not of God. This should assure us of our ever-present deliverance from beliefs of suffering or limitation. Suffering or discord never comes from the one mind, or can it come from any other mind called mortal, human, or subconscious? Inquiry as to the nature of existence of discord or limitation leads to the fuller light and understanding that one must know what is real and what is non-existent. Otherwise he will attempt to treat conditions. In the light of spiritual insight he can say, I am the truth, the true and the real, the perfect and the eternal. Mortal mind or human mind does not exist anywhere, neither in truth or in falsity, in reality or in unreality. Where there is not the fact, there could not be one God, one being, and one mind only. Spend no time reading or thinking about delusion, illusion, fear, or wrong thinking, but rather ask yourself, how many gods are there? How many minds? Never has there been a source or creator of evil. Good has always filled the entire universe, since God is the infinite one. Could the sun send forth darkness as well as light? Or could there be another sun producing darkness in opposition to it? We see the impossibility of such a thing. Even so, all belief in a mortal or a human mind must be exploded. Discordant thinking or manifestation has no place in God. Therefore, why give it place in you? Free yourself through understanding, casting all your care upon him, for he careth for you. 1 Peter 5:7. You need have no responsibility to remove falsity, no responsibility to obtain right thinking or right results. Possessing the mind of God, which is eternal perfection and completeness in every way and thing, you can rest in the knowledge that Spirit is the whole of you. Then you will realize your present happiness, strength, harmony, and success. Your effort to deal with thoughts is now ended. You are in the light. You see and think with the divine mind. A great moment it is for anyone when for the first time he sees that God is his only mind, and that this God mind is sufficient for the whole world. As soon as he sees this fact, he will willingly renounce claim to any individual mind or thinking. It is imperative that the surrender of a personal self or mind be made. This exactment must be fulfilled. Only then will his thinking satisfy him, bless and enrich him. It is the one consciousness which is maintaining our wholeness this very instant, keeping it faultless, immutable, and eternal, and preserving the whole world pure as crystal, without spot or blemish. Dear friend, give up all responsibility to create anything by your thinking. With your awareness of the one mind as the one and only mind of all, you will find your thinking to be happy and satisfying, supplying you with guidance in all ways. The one mind or self is never at a loss for illumination or understanding, but ever absolute, immeasurable, and complete. The notion that there are other minds to be cultivated or purified is utterly without truth. Separate minds do not exist. The one mind cannot be deluded, nor at a loss to understand. The one mind is absolute, invariable, serene, complete. It is the whole of life and being, knowing itself present here and now. That there is one mind, in which there is no individual consciousness, can be revealed in illumination only. In illumination we are the divine mind. Thus we are effortlessly absolved from the belief in human mind and human selfhood. Each is the one mind itself. You must face the light which is God, the one mind. Then you will accomplish the surrender, for the sense of a personal human mind will be blotted out by the light. Infinite mind can be not by itself, its own power, glory, and majesty. Greater works. What work do you suppose could be greater than the healing of disease and suffering? It would be to understand how to live without need of healing, to be ever conscious of wholeness, completeness, happiness, and abundance. Our mountain vision must therefore rest upon the changelessly perfect self, body, and universe, self-existent, self-contained, here and now present. The one self knows no being, power, or existence but its own. Separated from God, the self, there are no independent lives, minds, or being. Since God, the one mind, is the only mind there is, no other mind exists, either to think truth or err. Evil, therefore, does not exist in mind, thought, or body, nor can it exist as matter, cause, effect, or false belief. Utterly without truth, substance, power, or present, it is non-existent. The need is for one to be aware that he is the self or perfect being, and that there is nothing in or of him that can be anything else. Never seek out methods or practices whereby to heal disease, grief, or limitation. Seek only for full light or enlightenment. Then discord shall be as nothing and as a thing of naught. Perfection of mind, thought, and body is always present. Now is timeless reality. Here is placeless ever-presence. We are the Eternal One. The spiritual or self-body is without birth, growth, change, age, and without corporality. The one self is the one world, without war, sin, sickness, or death, for the truth is all there is. Nothing exists to oppose the truth of the omnipresent one, nor can there become a beginning. Perfection is the only state of being. In the indivisible one all, not anything can be separated. My life is God, my being is God. God is the whole of me, and in this vision there is no personal me. There is only me. Truth is not an abstraction. Truth is our being, body and world right where we stand. Be still in this being. The light will dawn and be revealed to you. The way will open and understanding will take place, neither too little or too late. Ever I am the one selfhood and being, self-contained, self-revealing, always at hand. That there is one mind in which there is no individual consciousness can be revealed in illumination only. In illumination we are the divine mind, thus we are effortlessly absolved from the belief in human mind and human selfhood. Each is the one mind itself, being all unto itself. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Truth Marches On. Lesson number 2, December 30th, 1943. In the light. Today many are busy with the changing of thoughts. The practice of thought changing will never truly satisfy anyone. For a while this idea flourished, but inevitable a time comes when no amount of personal thinking will bring health, harmony, or success. It will prove unavailing. The need is for a new light which reveals to one that no mind stands back of discordant pictures, that the one mind is without a second. One keeps no record of the time he spends in the glory of this new enlightenment, that there is no second mind. But when he comes to view himself again, his whole vision and outlook will have cleared. He is free. He has penetrated into reality and has discovered that all belief and teaching in a human or personal mind is wrong, and that there is no truth in it. Through revelation he knows for certainty that God is one and his mind is one, and that there can be no other mind sending out wrong thoughts and pictures. A mind called the human mind, said to be responsible for all wrong thinking, as well as for discordant pictures in the world, does not exist, either in truth or in falsity, in reality or unreality. Discovering through insight and illumination that there is no mind from which delusion and illusions can come, since God-mind is the only mind there is. One is in place of absolute peace and harmony. Wrong thoughts and pictures are unknown. To repeat, spend no time in discussing illusion, fear, or wrong thinking. Could the sun send forth darkness as well as light, or could there be another sun which produces darkness? Obviously no. Even so, there can be no mind or minds in opposition or contradistinction to the one infinite mind or God. Belief in a universal mortal mind as well as belief in multitudinous single human minds must be exploded. No responsibility rests upon you to remove falsity or to attain right thinking and right results. You possess now and always the mind of God, which knows eternal perfection and completeness to be in everyone that has existence. Abide in this effulgent glory and rest in the sweet and precious understanding that your efforts to deal with thoughts are now over. Be concerned only that you are seen in accepting truth as absolute. Here you are in the light. You see and think with the divine mind. You know consciousness and body to be one, and to be perfect and spiritual always. Only one mind. One may have declared many times that there is one mind only, while at the same time believing in the teaching of other human minds. Since one mind alone exists, then this mind is the only consciousness. Why then should one attempt to make corrections in his thinking? Is there any need for correction in the one consciousness? Certainly not. The practice, therefore, to watch or correct one's thinking instills and perpetuates the belief that he has a mind of his own. That which stands between one and his full acceptance of the one mind as his only mind is the basic Aryan religious belief in the multiplicity of personalities, each with mind, thought, and will of his own. Not until one understands through spirit the present fact and absoluteness of the one divine mind as the mind of all, will he be able to accept the absolute truth, which abolishes the belief in personal minds, beings, and bodies. If I bear witness of myself, my witness is not true. John 5:31. As a personal thinker, one can accomplish nothing. The one being is present now as each of us. The one is ever operating as an indivisible whole. What mind is it that believes in incompleteness, discord, and suffering? No mind at all. To see this as the inflexible fact of being is to be and see as a divine mind itself. It is imperative that we surrender the belief in humanity or humanhood and accept God to be the only selfhood. Then we know humanhood to have no existence at all, that there is neither personality nor matter in the all-spirit. If the surrender of a personal sense of self must be accomplished, who is to do so? Who is it that is required to give up the false belief in personality or individual mind, and just how is it to be done? This may seem a hard question to answer, for of course the divine mind does not make any surrender, nor is there another mind to do so. Though surrender is necessary, of himself one cannot accomplish it. In fact, the more effort one makes in this direction, regardless of how sincere, the more he will need to carry on the effort, for it will have no end. Suppose that you are required to remove darkness from a room. You cannot do so by giving darkness your attention. You need is light. As you bring a light into the room, your desire to remove darkness has been fulfilled. In the same way, the necessity to be released from a sense of separate self cannot take place while you are laboring with the darkened belief that a human self exists. But only as you turn your attention wholly to God as your life and being, identifying yourself as this one, accepting the divine self and mind as your very own self and mind, understanding that you have never been identified with any other, the sense of a personal human self will be blotted out, swallowed up in true identification. Understanding and identification go hand in hand. The self is absolute, real and present. Nothing else is present. As we identify ourselves with this one selfhood and no other, abiding in pure being, the sense of personality is obliterated. That which alone is remains resplendent. Steadfast abidance in the self will surely deliver to us the understanding which we crave. There was never a time when perfect human being was unknown, unrealized, or unillumined. Never identify yourself with an individual mind, wrong thinking, or physical body. Labor not with your thoughts. Love your real self and identify yourself with this self only. The spiritual body, the sense of duality, that is, the belief that life is spiritual but body is material, is swallowed up in the perception of the factuality that spirit includes both life and body as one. Body is not under the control of person, mind, or thing. The belief that a single body is controlled by a single mind, as well as the teaching that body can be affected by other minds, must be utterly renounced and cancelled. God, the one and only being, awareness and manifestation, is all there is in heaven above, in the earth beneath, and in the water under the earth. Freedom, harmony, peace, and blessedness are omnipresent, universal, active, permanent, undefiled, and undefilable. From first to last, the body of mind is wholly mind or consciousness, not matter or corporality. A human or personal mind and its thinking are wholly without truth or reality, likewise a human, material, or personal body. Body is in mind as the true concept of itself, as isness and allness. Body is one and universal. Spend no time in trying to heal a physical body spiritually. Body is not physical. Body is spiritual consciousness. The perfect idea of body is omnipresent in mind. In the spiritual body there is no element of discord or imperfection. It is the self itself. Understanding, light, harmony, and perfection are not in Mary or John as separate minds or persons, but ever in God as all there is of Mary and John. God is our perfection eternally. You must be perfect as your heavenly Father is perfect. Matthew 5:48, Moffat translation. The one selfhood or consciousness is maintaining our wholeness and perfection this very instant, keeping it faultless, calm, and unchanging, supplying revelation always. Give up all responsibility to think anything as a personal thinker. Know that divine mind knows itself to be the only mind, and that it can be no other. End of lesson. Chapter 8, Transcendent Light. Lesson number 3, February 5th, 1944. The Eternal Truth. It may be believed that truth is a mental remedy or method of thinking to be used to control or govern human experience, and that it can be applied to the thoughts of individuals to heal disease and remove discords. To nearly all, life is full of problems to be solved in one way or another. It may seem perfectly satisfying to some just to be able to demonstrate health and harmony and bring abundance into an experience which they consider human, temporal, and transitory. Others, however, desire more than this. They have discovered that life is not a problem to be solved through any form of demonstration, but a reality to be known and experienced spiritually. Moreover, they know that there is but one world, the spiritual world of truth and reality. It is sometimes said that the harder one tries to think truth, and the more diligent and earnest his efforts to demonstrate over conditions, the worse they seem to be. The reason for this is that as soon as one attempts to apply truth to his mind or thoughts, to his conditions or affairs, he departs from the factuality that truth cannot be applied. For to what could truth be applied when truth is all? Suppose it is said that I have a cold, I have a headache, I have had a chronic physical condition for years. Reader, do such things exist anywhere? Has anything of any kind ever been in existence? Did anyone ever have such a thing, or could he have it? Direct questioning is arresting. It stops the clamor for healing. Ask yourself questions and answer them. Do not say, of course, I know such things do not exist in reality. Is there more than reality? Would you say that 4 and 4 are 9 cannot exist in reality, but can exist in unreality? Surely you can see the utter impossibility. We do not reach illumination or revelation by greater and greater effort. Instead of continuing with mental argument or struggling further with thought, one should completely stop every mental practice and turn himself wholly to the one which is above, underneath, and within. How instantly then he loses contact with time, condition, people, thought, and thing. A new world stands before him. He is entranced, drinking thirstily of its love, beauty, and wonder. Laboriously, rapturously, he accepts its changeless peace, joy, and perfection to be his own eternally. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, the realm of the real, for here naught but perfection abides. This is the laborless way by which one may leave undesirable conditions. This way is that of spiritual consciousness, wherein discordant conditions cannot exist. Disregard any teaching pertaining to individual consciousness, as it should now be clear that spiritual consciousness is the only consciousness there is. Healing is never accomplished through any form of healing, though it may seem otherwise to those who consider body as objective. Reality is not divided into inner and outer, but is one complete infinitude of being. Reality is wholeness without any need of healing. Reality is present right here and now as harmony, peace, love. I am. No words can adequately describe reality. It is indescribable and immeasurable. Reality is the all of being, and there is nothing else to live for. As the truth of mathematics encompasses all there is of mathematics, so it is with life. That is, the truth of life is all there is of life. Wholeness and harmony are its realities. Do not try to prove truth, but just accept that it is always present. Anything which seems to be, yet is not aligned with wholeness or harmony, is without substance or presence. Knowing our being to be the one I, our enlightenment is present. That which is true is truth, and truth is all that exists, all that there is of anything. The things which are in and of truth are all that have existence. Then we may well pause to question ourselves and to answer our own questions with truth. Can any mental work change the changeless or destroy that which has no existence, either in truth or in falsity? Realization should be a simple revelation, unmixed with toil, struggle, effort, or argument. The true world of being and of things is already established. Life is a present reality to be experienced here and now. Forever, O Lord, thy word is settled in heaven. Psalms 119:89. It takes spiritual vision, faith, and inspiration to be able to turn from a sense of an external world to the inner light that the world of reality is the only world. The cry of today is for something that will bring results into human experience, end wars, put money into purses, health into bodies, and happiness into personal affairs. Such longing as these, however, proceed from the fallacious belief and teaching that each is a separate being, and that all live together in a world which is external. Accepting this wrong premise, one excludes oneself from seeing and experiencing the true world in which wholeness and happiness forever abide. The dogma that there is an external, objective world is a gross mistake. Release yourself altogether from it. Intuition and revelation only can open to us the realm of true understanding and what it includes. This is the consciousness called the within. It has been termed the kingdom within, God within, the Father within, the Holy Ghost within, Christ within, I in you. Reality can be known and experienced by the absolute turning to this consciousness. Here we have the only world there is, the world of life, truth, and love, in which all things are seen as they truly are. For want of a better word, the term within is used in all sacred writings. It serves to detach one abruptly and definitely from contemplating or giving attention to a world as external. Let us consider an example which will illustrate this fact and serve to give a clear idea of just what is meant by the term within. Think of a simple, familiar things generally known and used everywhere in the world in an infinite variety of ways, specifically the letters of the alphabet. The question is, where do we go to obtain these letters? We do not go anywhere. We make no gestures toward an external place or world. We turn within. We turn to our own consciousness. Not only here we find the alphabet, but here also is where our health and wholeness abides, our happiness and prosperity. Even of greater importance, here is where we exist, our mind, body, and world. Verily, it is this consciousness that has been called the within. The eternal way. Be not conformed to a material sense of things and thoughts, but be enlightened by finding and experiencing the kingdom of heaven within the heart. Reality cannot be created, nor can it be determined by thoughts, feelings, or actions. Where then shall our hope rest, or where shall we find that which is dependable and eternally certain? In that which is timeless, immeasurable, and unconditioned, heaven, our pure consciousness. To place health and wholeness in bodies, happiness in individuals, success in things, and understanding in thought and reason keeps one in perpetual search, struggle, effort, and argument. When we turn to the world of incorporealities as the only world there is, we experience intuition and illumination. We know the truth without effort or strain. This is the eternal way. That mind influences body, or that body influences mind, seems apparent only to those who look outside the realm of the real. Looking within, we find it so close that even our looking towards it brings the glorious experience of it. Our willingness to give up mental warfare with ourselves, and with a supposititious opposite, establishes the immediate recognition of the all-presence of the One. It has been said that the intellect is but a skeleton, but that to many the rattling of its bones is as sweet a language as the voice of intuition. It does not seem that many cannot discriminate between personal thoughts and thoughts of the divine mind. On the other hand, it is certain that others are expanding rapidly in a spiritual awareness, leaving mental physics behind them, and reaching eagerly towards the absolute truth, which alone satisfies and fulfills. The world of reality cannot be known in any way other than by spiritual light and experience. It is well to remember this. For instance, just recently I sat down with pencil and paper to formulate some important ideas on a certain subject. There was a sense of hesitancy, as though I felt the subject required some particular thought. Scarcely had I started to write the first word when suddenly a burst of words poured over me. Rapidly I wrote them down. When I had finished, it was as if the whole of truth had revealed to me in a few sentences. I had not sought this particular illumination. It came to me entirely of itself, and so was all the more marvelous and entrancing. And the theme, it was this: perfection is our being, and our being is perfection. Always in illumination one loses sense of himself as an individuality, and experiences reality as the one being itself. One may have exerted great effort in his attempts to overcome some peculiar or undesirable trait, emotion, or habit, and still be unsuccessful. Yet when he gives his deepest and purest love to the Infinite One, suddenly, effortlessly, he is set free from his burden, whether it represents to him the physical, the mental, or the emotional. We must learn to depend upon our own being for everything. It is the one reality which includes all. Our thought, vision, and activity are spontaneous and laborless as we function in inspiration. When one imagines himself to be a man with mind, will, and choice of his own, naturally he is limited in all directions. In belief of duality, one can never know freedom, wholeness, or completeness. Great is the mystery of life as long as one regards himself to be dependent upon his own personal thinking. Inequality, injustice, incompleteness seem everywhere. Human existence is a paradox to those who believe in a human existence. When we see things as they really are, we find that never have we been a creature called man, a mentality called mind, or a body called matter. Experiencing reality, we come to know things as they are, and we find the actuality of ourself to be the way, truth, and life. In the light of reality, our whole world, radiant with love and beauty, has an entire new meaning and glory. The eternal day. To experience perfect mind, body, and world, we do not withdraw from one world to another. We no longer think of this world and that world. Our daily experience shall consist in our knowing that one world alone exists, and it is where we are now, for I and world are identical. There is none but me. The perfect world is present now as our own spiritual consciousness. A human consciousness does not exist. Therefore it cannot be developed, nor can it exist in states or stages. Having no existence, a human mind or consciousness cannot be illumined or unillumined, nor have a true sense or a false sense. All beliefs pertaining to another mind, consciousness, or world beside the spiritual one must be forsaken, since truth and truth alone reigns. It is often said, I know the truth, if only I could manifest it. Truth is manifestation. Truth is not one thing and manifestation another. There is no cause or effect in truth. Truth is an entire, an all-inclusive allness and I amness. One cannot get rid of the belief and teaching of another mind, body, and world as human and material until he is ready and willing to see and accept God as one without an opposite. Spirit, truth, can be known by the heart, which sees that the belief in duality has no truth in it, and that the idea of duality is based wholly upon the belief in separation from God. Since we have not been separated from Spirit, we are not fallen beings or humanity. The eternal day, therefore, is this day, this now and here. Through our deep spiritual love for the one as the alone, life ceases to be a mystery to us. We no longer consider it a problem to be solved, but a reality to be experienced. We are joyous with new joy, new light, and new freedom. End of lesson. Chapter 9, Cosmic Consciousness. Lesson number 4, March 10th, 1944. What is Christ? The word Christ means cosmic consciousness, self-light, self-illumination. It is an experience in which the belief in a human existence is completely exploded. Christ's consciousness is ever with us, for it is ever within us as our real and perfect consciousness. It is our salvation and our glory. Without me, or inner light or spiritual consciousness, ye can do nothing. John 15:5. To those who are ready to be released from the belief in a human self, mind, thought, body, and world, revelation comes with its sweetness, its love and understanding, its peace, rest, and happiness. How far away from us is this kingdom of light and glory? Closer than all else within us as our very own self. To experience direct illumination or revelation, let one put an end to his belief that he is mortal or a human being, and identify himself as spirit. He must be ready to receive the calling and hear the voice by opening the door of his heart to God as his only being. Why continue to declare that God is our life, God is our being, while simultaneously declaring oneself to be immortal? One must learn to see things for himself, independent of general belief and teaching. As soon as he places his vision, thought, and feeling upon God as spirit and spirit as the whole of him, he is bound to lose faith and belief in a human life, a mortal self, and a material body. Receptive to inner spiritual light, one depends more and more upon it. Naturally, there must be a readiness of the heart to believe in order to receive or experience the light. Perceiving and accepting the allness of spirit, one simultaneously perceives the non-existence of duality, the belief in becoming, and the belief in another. The belief that the earth was flat did not lead to the perception of the earth was round, nor will the belief in humanhood lead to the perception that we are spirit. Cosmic consciousness is a present awareness of spiritual selfhood, body, and existence. No sense of another or an opposite is present. Knowledge of ourself as spirit, never having been otherwise, is perfect knowledge. It is ever new and glorified. It constitutes our entire understanding, our whole universe, our only existence. Spirituality has to do with things of truth and reality, things of spirit. As the light of the sun swallows up lesser lights, similarly, the light of our spiritual awareness and perception obliterates our sense of separateness from God, Spirit. No man can come unto me, except what were given unto him of my Father, except by the Spirit of God within himself. John 6:65. By Spirit only can we see Spirit. Christ, or inner light, is not a light cast upon some object or thing, but a light wherein we see things as they are, pure and perfect. Spirit does not see things external to itself. It is itself the things it sees. Spirit possesses all things, and everything of Spirit remains unchanged in its identity. No idea of imperfection, change, or development mingles with it. Believing Spirit to be there and humanity be here, one lives in a sense of futurity which has no reality and is not present. Looking toward a future world, a future existence, and a future self, one fails to understand the here and now of Spirit. Christ, God, self are identical. Spirit, I am. Without Spirit there is no existence. Spirit is free of argument and discussion. Knowledge of Spirit is alone true knowledge. There is only one truth. It remains eternally unchanging and immutable, without beginning, development, or consummation, the same yesterday, today, and forever. In the world of our own pure consciousness, we see and experience things as they are. Healing. We take up the subject of healing from the standpoint of Spirit. To understand how to help ourselves and others through Spirit, we first refute and explode the belief and teaching that we are not Spirit now, but mortals trying to reach or put on Spirit. When one reaches the place where he is dissatisfied with mental argument and the belief in healing, overcoming, or destroying something, then he can learn that one existence alone exists. It is Spirit. Spirit has no becoming. It is isness. Spirit has no opposite. It is the alone. Spiritual awareness is the knowledge that Spirit is one unseparated presence. Spiritual understanding, therefore, has nothing to do with the teaching of human mind, human thought, and human body. When one reaches the position where mental practice has failed to help him, and he is now willing to turn to God as Spirit, verily his own spiritual consciousness, he will soon discern Spirit to constitute his entire world, and in this allness there can be no other. Identified as a human or personal being, one cannot learn nor comprehend the meaning of direct revelation or cosmic consciousness. He must first open his heart, receive the calling, and hear the voice. As he discontinues his belief in human mental ways, mastership or leadership, humanhood, he becomes receptive to the truth that spiritual light alone satisfies. Spirit, knowing itself to be the entire of all, has no consciousness of anything physical or material. It is the Spirit that quickeneth, the flesh, belief in duality, profiteth nothing. John 6:63. In metaphysics, flesh is generally thought of as matter or a physical body, which is to be translated into spirit. In the absolute, discerning the belief in two existences, matter and spirit, to be false, we explode the teaching that matter can be translated into spirit. We know that neither can matter be translated, nor can a mortal being emerge into spirit, that the non-existent must remain non-existent. The belief that the body is a human concept, or that it is matter, portrays a position in which the light of truth is not present. There is no human plane, physical plane, or mental plane. Truth is spirit, and spirit or truth is the only existence. An experience of spiritual light may be brief or prolonged. Of course, no sense of time is present. In experiencing the real or true, we lose completely all sense of anything personal, knowing only the peace, love, and bliss of the eternal. The desire for healing is consumed in the harmony of the vibrant wholeness and harmony of spirit. We all will need to keep entering this realm of the perfect more and more until finally we are able to make it our permanent abode. Leaving the sense of otherness, we are saved by grace. Sin and separation are unknown. After each experience, life takes on a glowing new meaning. Unforgettable indeed the sweetness and wonders of these moments. If tears come, let them. Often tears accomplish what nothing else has been able to do toward one's preparation for or appreciation of perfect existence. The one way is Christ, the spiritual awareness of spirit as the only existence right here and now. Spirit in its fullness is at every point the same. We are ever in contact with life, truth, and harmony as an indivisible whole ever present. The entire presence of the infinite exists everywhere equally. Thus, in our experience of spirit, we are no longer ourselves as personalities. We are that consciousness which is spirit. We have distinctness without sense of separateness. The kingdom of God is the experience of cosmic consciousness. No sense of sin is present, nor warfare, nor limitation. We are reality, and we experience the things of reality. Our consciousness supplies our light without need of sun or moon, and the word time has no meaning. In cosmic consciousness there is no longing, waiting, or watching. We do not persist as personal beings, nor do we merge into the whole. A unit is not union. Multitudes of separate beings cannot combine to make up the whole. In the experience of reality, we are that which is an inseparable whole. Consider the simple tree. It operates as a unit. Not a single leaf, twig, or branch can live or act independent of the tree as a whole, and the life and substance of the tree is its fullness and wholeness throughout. There is nothing that a leaf can be of itself. To be at all, it must be the tree. The tree as a whole is in every leaf. Existence is thought a problem only when one sees or considers his life as separate from the whole, with mind, thought, and will of his own, living in a human state. From this viewpoint, problems can never be solved. The heart can only know spiritual things. The heart asks its questions of God and receives its answer from God direct. When one is willing to give his heart in full abandonment to spirit as his only life, being and world, he is then the way unto himself. How painful and often heartbreaking the constant and prolonged search for truth. The heart can hear the voice if only it will listen. When one ceases to add, to subtract from himself as a man, and in the stillness of his heart turns to the Eternal One as the whole of him, he will know the meaning of the words, I am found of them that sought me not, intellectually, Isaiah 65:1. Ways of being healed, regenerated, or evangelized will continue to be practiced until one reaches the revelation that life contains neither a human beginning nor development, and that our perfection is always in us as the one who is an indivisible whole. End of lesson. Chapter 10, The High Calling of God. Lesson number 5, April 14th, 1944. In Christ Jesus. I press toward the mark for the prize of the high calling of God in Christ Jesus, Philippians 3:14. When we cease dealing with Bible characters as personalities, we are much better prepared to find and accept the truth that God is all. We then reject what does not measure up to this fact, principle, and reality. Not all Bible verses can be spiritually interpreted. The heart can understand and interpret only that which pertains to God as one unseparated, infinite life, mind, body, and existence. The heart is devoted to God as oneness, allness, perfection, beside which there is none else, and thus cannot accept nor interpret anything contrary or opposed to divine truth, factuality, and principle. The Bible states that the Spirit and the flesh are contrary the one to the other, but if ye be led of the Spirit, ye are not under the law. Galatians 5:17 and 18. When it is revealed to us that Spirit is our only being, then we discard the belief that we are flesh. If one believes he is mortal, he is not yet spiritually perceived that there is none else. All teaching, therefore, in a mind, being, power, or identity besides the one must be false. Knowing that reality is Spirit, the all in all, without change, development, or evolution, we know what to believe and what not to believe. The way we contact the sun is through its rays of light, and likewise the way we know and feel God is through light and revelation of God. To the Son there is no darkness, and to the one God there is no other, all is himself. The one mind of everyone knows itself to be pure, perfect, invariable, and immutable. It is given unto you, who are pure in heart, to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, to see and understand spiritual things spiritually. Matthew 13:11. In this light, one's beliefs in illusion, veils, myth, and counterfeit creation are a thing of naught, not to be discussed. There are no beings separated from the one. There is no individual consciousness. There is no mentality. Seen as the one mind, we comprehend that Spirit and truth are always the only presence, that one mind and one consciousness alone exist, that perfection and completeness are our very being, that happiness is within us, as well as the abundance of spiritual things. All these things we know when we see that never have we been separated from Spirit, and thus that now are we Spirit. In Christ Jesus means in spiritual light, in divine illumination, in the glorious revelation that the one has no opposite. In Christ Jesus means to know that I am the truth, I am the light of the world, I am He. The things of reality which one may seek to obtain by mental effort are always present and intact to be revealed to him of the Spirit. The one to remain all must ever remain one. Seers of truth are they who have had truth revealed to them. Their revelations are unanimous that the one is existent absolute, existent pure, existence perfect, existence incorporeal. The Holy Ghost is one's own illumination. We live by this. We cannot accept anything true until we know and feel it from within. Teachings of duality were never revealed to anyone by the Spirit, for there is no reality in them. We do not label truth by the name of a personality. Truth is God, I am. Purity is in the one whom there is no humanhood. All is the one selfhood, Spirit. It is our devotion to Spirit as the infinite selfhood which reveals reality to us. Purity of heart means singleness of vision, the Immaculate Conception. The Western Scripture states, "Ask and it shall be given to you. Knock and it shall be opened unto you." Matthew 7:7. Paralleling this illumination, the sacred writings of the East state, "He alone shall find this self who is powerfully attracted to him in complete devotion. To him the self reveals himself as he really is." Vivekananda, representative of the ancient religion of India, wrote the following: "Love of God increases every moment and is ever new, to be known only by feeling it. Love is the easiest of all. It waits for no logic. It is natural. We need no demonstration, no proof. So long as you hold yourself separated by a hair's breadth from this eternal one, fear cannot go. He who follows the God of truth with devotion, to him the God of truth reveals himself. It is impossible for us to find God outside of ourselves. It is enlightening for one to understand why it is that, though there is one mind and one consciousness only, and thus no individual or personal mind or consciousness, still each must know the truth for himself. Consider the dream as an analogy. In our night dream, nothing is present and no activity is taking place, yet only when we waken do we know this fact. In spiritual illumination, only we know that we have never been separate or different from our perfect self. That as there is nothing to dream, likewise, there is nothing to the belief of humanhood and human existence. Awake, we are not asleep. Aware of the fact that we are the divine mind, we do not believe in other minds. The admonition, "Be ye not conformed to this world," Romans 12:2, does not refer to the world we see before us as a world in opposition to the real world, as is the general belief. This quotation is meant to convey that we must not believe in two worlds, that is, one real and spiritual and the other unreal and material. For in this acceptation one fails to discern the absolute fact that one world alone exists, and it is here and now within us, before us, and at hand. The book Cosmic Consciousness by Richard Maurice Buck gives much information and throws important light on this all-absorbing subject. He explains that the true understanding of oneself, world, and things can only be perceived by one having cosmic consciousness. In his chapter, Jesus the Christ, he said, no man could ever enter into cosmic consciousness because he had kept the commandments no matter how strictly. Unless a man's spiritual life passes the orthodoxies and conventions, he shall in no case enter into cosmic consciousness. In this same chapter is found the following: the cosmic sense does not come to the careless, but to the earnest, who diligently uses all means of spiritual advancement. The oncoming of the cosmic sense is a new birth into a new life. Of Paul he said, Christ is Paul's name for cosmic consciousness. All who have cosmic consciousness are on the same spiritual level. Verily, our happiness, joy in all things are in ourself as we live in our own true consciousness. To do so, it is imperative that we turn from and adhere not to the teaching that we are man, a mortal or human being. Many wonderful letters are arriving in the mail, telling of new peace, light, and glory, as in the following quotation. I find no words to describe how I feel, no walls of materiality, as if I walked on air without movement. These lessons have the understanding, and the baptism of the Holy Ghost also, the language and the instruction of the coming new age. Your latest writings have revealed more of light and truth to me than has come to me in the last 30 years. I let go, and everything was revealed to me of my own true self. I don't have a master or anything, for the light in me is the master of all. To help oneself or another, we must think from the fact of the one consciousness, and thus see the true sense to be the only sense present in the mind of all. It is only in this cosmic sense that we are whole, we are perfect, we are free, we are changeless and a complete being. In this light we know that there is no bond or free, no young or old, no race or color. In cosmic consciousness we experience the meaning of the words, I am. End of lesson. Chapter 11, Priceless Glory of Divine Light. Lesson number 6, May 11, 1944. The Kingdom of the Heart. There is but one way to have all things, and this way is to enter the kingdom of the heart, for here all things are ours already. That which is called the mind, intellect, or flesh typifies that which profits nothing. The word heart, as used in all Scripture, refers to the real and true, divine life and consciousness. Labor and strife of thought are not here. Associated with the heart are spiritual, receptive simplicity and love. I will demand of thee, and answer thou me. Job 38:3. Everyone should pause to see whether he has identified himself with human mind and human thinking, or with divine mind and its awareness. By taking thought, one cannot know the divine mind, hear the still small voice, or receive divine revelation. Only the heart can see, know, and accept that there is one mind and one mind only. No relationship exists between what calls his mind and the divine mind. Cultivation or spiritualization of one's thinking will never translate a personal mind into the flawless, eternal divine mind. Any practice to purify his mind by ruling out its wrong thoughts by his right thinking brings him into bondage and slavery. His need is to know that he has no mind of his own. He that loses his life, the sense of a personal mind, shall find it, shall find the true mind to be his one and only mind. Matthew 10:39. The true mind is ever the kingdom of the heart. Every thought of this mind exists as omnipresence, instantly available. What is complete is perfect, and whatever is perfect is the truth, established as the eternal verity. Not the spiritualization of a personal mind and its thinking is a necessity, but to the contrary, this practice must be discarded and abolished. The reason for failure and frustration is that attention is being given to a mind which, having no existence in God or reality, has none at all. Turning completely to divine mind for our light and understanding, we find that it takes care of everything. Here we have no will of our own, but have the mind and will of God. It was St. Augustine who, turning away completely from a human sense and facing the presence within, cried, "I ask nothing of thee, not even thy love. I want only divine illumination." With the heart it is always easy for us to feel the One, love the One, adore and delight in the One. Easy for us to have faith, trust, and confidence that God, the One, is all. You have no mind of your own to instruct or to be instructed. A good tree or divine mind cannot bring forth evil fruit or wrong thinking. Neither can a corrupt tree, belief and personal mind, bring forth good fruit. Matthew 7:18. Turn to the heart, and here partake of the priceless glory of divine light. The heart can see and experience the spiritual light of being. The Lord seeth not as man seeth, for man looketh on the outward appearance mind, but the Lord looketh on the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. No man can serve two masters. Matthew 6:24. To believe in two minds is to be unaware that there is but one. To believe in still a third mind, a universal mortal mind, is to believe in an entity and power which divine mind knows not. For God, who commanded light to shine out of darkness, hath shined in our hearts. 2 Corinthians 4:6. That Christ may dwell in your heart. Ephesians 3:17. Commune with your own heart. Psalm 4:4. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. I will give them a heart to know me, that I am the Lord, for they shall return unto me with their whole heart. Let not your heart be troubled. John 14:1. The perfect, the divine, the spiritual are all connected with the heart. So also are vision, exaltation, illumination, revelation, and cosmic consciousness. The secret place of the Most High, this too is the kingdom of the heart. Of course, the word heart has no physical meaning here, but the purely spiritual. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Matthew 5:8. Here is where the cosmic glory glows. The greatest commandment, thou shalt have no mind or consciousness but me. Let all the earth keep silence before him. The general religious belief of today is that through evolution, regeneration, evangelization, translation, a human mind or consciousness will be transformed into the divine. Nothing could be further from the truth. There is no existence but the totality of the One. Thus the way is, I am the One. The subtle and pernicious teaching that one should put right thoughts into a human mind of his own will not be acceptable to those who are awake to the spiritual admonition, that thou shalt have no mind or consciousness but me. Obviously the me is the one divine mind and consciousness which is God, which needs no cultivation or change, but is ever perfect and complete. It is believed that by improvement of one's personal mind he will finally gain possession of the one divine mind. Patching old garments or minds or filling old bottles consciousness with new wine, right thinking, is not the way. Only by laying aside these beliefs and accepting the divine mind as one's only mind can he know what truth is and experience it. The belief that we are the divine mind by reflection is not true. The divine mind is ours in one way only, by virtue of identity. One being, one I, only exists, and there can be no other being or I to reflect it. Trust in the Lord, the one and only mind, with all thy heart, and lean not unto thine own personal understanding. Proverbs 3:5. My heart is fixed, O God, my heart is fixed. I will sing and give praise. Psalm 57:7. As one considers the heart the way to spiritual light and revelation, having turned absolutely away from beliefs and teaching which identify us with a personal or human mind, he soon experiences a rest and peace which is all satisfying. He notices the absence of a desire to seek and strive further, as well as the aim to apply or demonstrate the truth. One notes with joy that troublesome thoughts are now a thing of the past, for within his heart is a lovely quiet rest and peace, untroubled, unlabored, and as the bestowal upon him of some great unexpected luxury or wonderful gift. In the heart is a joyous activity, like the rhythmical hum of bees or the warbling birds or sound of a children's laughter. One may feel a sudden rush of joy and gladness, knowing that since the whole is a unit, the whole is itself the indivisible part. As a man, one cannot be a law of perfection and immunity unto himself, because this law would necessarily be according to his belief that his mind is human and his thinking imperfect. Only as the one mind itself can one walk in freedom and immunity. Being, awareness, and manifestation are one, the one itself. End of lesson. Chapter 12, The Living God. Lesson number 7, June 23, 1944. I am that I am. How does God describe himself as related in the Bible? God describes himself as I am that I am, and as I am, Exodus 3:14. Further on we read, Is there a God beside me? Yea, there is no God, I know not any, Isaiah 44:8. How few these words, yet how all-inclusive, all-satisfying and absolute, nor could they be more dynamic or more descriptive of omnipotence, omnipresence, and omniscience. Dear friend, if at any time you think truth to be too wordy, too complicated, or too vague and uncertain, then think of these words, for they contain the full and complete meaning of life and existence. They describe the living God. What words did Jesus relate himself to the Christ? In a few simple words as follows. I that speak unto thee am he. John 4:26. No other answer could be more explicit, more certain or absolute. How did he relate himself to the Father? In these words, I and the Father are one. John 10:30. Just small words, yet few in all ages have comprehended them. It is being asked today, how can I make truth practical? How can I heal with it? How can I put it into use? How can I make it work for me? Earnest, anxious, honest questions. Nevertheless, any answer which sets forth or provides a human way would be imperfect and insecure, and finally useless and futile. Truth cannot be practiced upon untruth. Reality cannot be applied to unreality. That which is cannot be mixed with the non-existent. Seeing and accepting, I am that I am, and beside me there is none else. One is unable to point out anything in this reality which needs healing, or see a place where truth needs to be applied. The statement is so final, so all-inclusive, so absolute, as to preclude all thought of healing person or thing. Verily, truth cannot be practiced from the standpoint of applying it as a means to an end, for the end is the same as the beginning, the object the same as the subject, I am. Learning the meaning of I am the way, he will have true knowledge. Could the fact that the earth is round be practiced upon a flat earth? Think it over and find out why not. Be released from the notion to demonstrate the truth, for how can you demonstrate the presence of that which is ever present, or overcome that which is not here? To know the truth is freedom and immunity. Jesus did not teach metaphysics, nor was he a master metaphysician. He taught no method of healing disease or limitation. He gave no direction concerning thinking except this. Take ye no thought, Luke 12:11. Plainly he stated, For this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Show forth reality as present here and now, John 18:37. Everyone who is of God can hear the voice of Spirit. Be ye perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect, Matthew 5:48. Can a human ever be perfect? Can a human be brought into the perfect state of existence? Here is the answer. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God. 1 Corinthians 15:50. Dear friend, do not fail to remember that the Bible is for our instruction in spirit, and only when we know ourselves to be spirit without beginning or end, changeless and eternal, can we comprehend that we must not give personality to Bible characters, nor ever believe that we must pass through the experience they portray. The message of truth is what we look for, and when we have it in ourselves, then we know it in whatever book it is written. Divine revelation. As the hart panteth after the water brooks, so panteth my soul after thee, O God. My soul thirsteth for God, for the living God. Psalm 42:1-2. They shall be all taught of God. John 6:45. What is the meaning of revelation or perfect knowledge? the immediate consciousness of the real. The perfect truth is simple truth. The perfect truth is the fact that Spirit is all. Spirit is the only existence. Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus. Philippians 2:5. What mind is this? It is the mind which is I am. It is the I which fills heaven and earth. Why call one thing mind and something else the manifestation of mind? The light of the sun is sun. A leaf of the tree is tree, and the activity of the manifestation of mind is mind. Revelation is our perfect Savior and Deliverer, the light of our world. In its glorious light our righteousness is revealed, our perfection, power, and glory, even it is written as follows: If iniquity be in thy hand, put it far away. For then thou shalt lift up thy face without spot. Yea, thou shalt be steadfast, and shalt not fear, because thou shalt forget the misery, and remember it has waters in that pass away. And thine age shall be clearer than the noonday. Thou shalt shine forth, thou shalt be as the morning. Moffat states, your life will rise more radiant than the noon. You can feel secure, you can look around you and lie down in safety. Job 11:14-19. Revelation silences every doubt and fear, raising us from glory to glory, delivering the perfect answer without our effort, labor, or thought. No joy can equal it, nor pen describe it. It is verily the indescribable. You are not in the flesh, you are in the Spirit, since the Spirit of God dwells within you. Romans 8:9, Moffat translation. Believe not that you are flesh, a mortal human being, since Spirit, God is all. Then everything that has existence is Spirit and nothing else. Spirit is a substance which is wholly pure, immutable, immaculate, unchanging, and eternal. Until one identifies himself as spirit, spiritual mind, spiritual being, spiritual body and existence, he must continue in the belief that he is a mortal, living in a human existence. Insofar as we are able, we should depart from every belief and teaching which would identify us with deflection, departure, and degeneration, for they but lead to death. Spirit is life, Spirit is truth, Spirit is reality, here and now always. Our all-absorbing devotion to Spirit as the all and whole of our life brings us the experience of light and revelation. The right way. The story of the fishing trip as related in the Bible is very illuminating when spiritually understood. We find Jesus telling his disciples to launch out into the deep, Luke 5:4, meaning that we are to identify ourselves with the infinite. It is significant to know their first words as follows: We have toiled all the night and have taken nothing. Many of us have had such a trying and bewildering experience, toiling with words and thoughts, with books and teaching, yet getting nothing, nor knowing why. In John 21, the 6th verse, Jesus said, Cast the net on the right side of the ship, and ye shall find. And now they were not able to draw it up for the multitude of fishes. Reader, can you tell just what would be the right side of the ship, that you may cast here also? When they followed the instruction, lo, everything was there that they sought, and in overwhelming abundance. Taking literally, this account has no value, for the right side surely could not have been just the other side of the ship. It has but one meaning. The right side is the right way. Looking into the infinite, we shall see ourselves as we are, and claiming this selfhood as our very own here and now, we experience the abundance of spiritual realities. Identified with the infinite, we are identified with the self-existent, the self-sustained, and the self-complete. Each of us is complete in the one, each entitled to all. Since we are in and of the infinite, we have all that the infinite includes. Only as Spirit, the one selfhood, can we claim the right to all things and be secure, our body safe from danger. Thinking if it were possible to add materiality to the alphabet, how fatal would be the result. Every letter would then be subject to accident, loss, and extinction. Think how fatal it would be if Spirit could be materialized. Immediately it would be subject to dissolution and annihilation. Truly, matter cannot be added to Spirit, nor weight and size. We are Spirit now. Fire or water cannot reach the letters of the alphabet, nor sword or pain. In exactly the same way, we can think of our body as Spirit. It is immune, it is pure, it is undimensional. Therefore, instead of spending time in attempting to heal thought, body, or disease, give your whole attention to the light and understanding that I am Spirit. Spirit is my being. Spirit is my complete consciousness. We need not affirm truth when once we know that truth is the only existence. Truth is Spirit. We need not deny what we know has no existence in truth, hence no existence at all. Why continue to struggle and strive with arguments, inconsistencies, and confusions, when the joy and glory of knowing that we are spirit awaits us all? There is no place where spirit is not present, for spirit is the ever-presence and the undimensional. Spirit is our own consciousness. It has no opposite, no becoming, ever free, flawless, and absolute. Spirit is the right and only way. Here alone shall we find that which satisfies us, enriches and glorifies us everlastingly. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. 2 Corinthians 3:17. Moffat's translation is this: the Lord means the Spirit, and wherever the Spirit of the Lord is, there is open freedom. Spiritual readiness and a fasting from intellectualism, personalities, and wrong teaching brings us the light which is illumination. Launch out into the deep. Cast the net on the right side. Through love of spirit, the perfect we know and experience spiritual reality, spiritual peace and blessedness. Dear friend, we are destined to know the truth of our own being, and to know it in the right way. Not for an instant have we ever been other than spirit, for God is ever the unchangeable all. Our own reality is ours to experience in the here and now, since we are the infinite one Spirit, the living God. End of lesson. Chapter 13, The Kingdom of Spirit. Lesson number 8, October 20th, 1945. Celestial Heights. Spirit is the substance of all living things. Spirit is life itself. It is spirit which is divine mind and thinking, spirit which is divine love and loving, spirit which composes, comprises, and includes all real life and existence. When life is found to be spirit, and thus seen to be incorruptible and everlasting, life becomes this to us. When love is found to be spirit, and thus known to be ever pure and unchangeable, love becomes this to us. When mind and thinking are found to be spirit, they become our only mind and thinking, and we are kept in uninterrupted happiness, harmony, and peace. The word human pertains to a kind of being or existence which is other than God. It designates the impure, imperfect, and incomplete. Not human betterment, human development, and human advancement are required that we experience perfection, but quite the reverse. The great necessity is an awakening to spirit, that we may cease struggling with the misconception of an existence separated from the One, and learn that all there is the self-existent I am. The notion to bring the pure into the impure, the spiritual into the material, may first appear to one as a ladder leading him to better conditions and things. But should he remain in this misconception, it will prove a veritable ditch instead, a place where he will labor and toil without end. Our life, mind, body, and existence are eternally established in spirit, perfect, complete, and present. The only need is an awakening to the sublime actuality, that one may identify himself with spirit, the divine alone. When he does this, he shall come into possession of the fullness of every good and perfect thing. Since our nature is spirit, not matter, then it is impossible for anyone to be free of imperfection and limitation until this supreme and paramount fact be revealed to him. Nor can this divine revelation be received by him unless he is willing to leave the imperfect for the perfect, the intellect for the heart, and the ways and means of the personal for identification with that I, which is the all-inclusive and perfect self. The revelation that we are spirit fulfills all our desire. It comes to those who are spiritually prepared to receive it, whose thoughts are simple, and whose hearts are receptive to fuller knowledge of the real. Revelation is immediate understanding and freedom. It is imperative that we turn from palliative remedies to perceive that which is the supreme, not because it is higher, even the highest, but because it is the all and the only of life and existence. When sufficient truth has been revealed to one, he will then cease the attempt to purify his mind or thinking. He will understand that no amount of mental work can ever deliver the knowledge that the one mind has no opposite. Personal regeneration shall cease to be practiced when one accepts spirit to be his perfect self now. The seventh day is present when we cease thinking that we are mankind or human beings, supposed to overcome evil and demonstrate good in human existence. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. John 11:25. Who is me? Not an outside God, nor an outside divine mind. According to the record, it was Jesus who spoke these words, yet he was not speaking as a man, a human being, teacher or healer, but as the one, I itself. Freedom in spirit. To identify oneself with spirit frees one from sin as well as sickness. A material being or body has no more existence than had a flat earth, yet every thought or effort based upon the supposition that mental labor, work, or treatment can overcome evil or heal disease in mind or body shall finally be seen as a misconception. If you are at all, you are spirit, immutable and perfect, and your body and world are spirit also. When spirit, which is our only mind, life, and being, is revealed to us, then we know that we are spirit, and that we have never been another. One spirit or nature must hold and comprise all, and all must be mutually present within a unity. There is no transmission, translation, or reflection, but spirit is an inseparable identity in itself. In this infinitude of being and existence, no principle or idea of sin or disease, imperfection, or fulfillment is present. Of this perfect life, Plotinus says, "Conceive it as a power of an ever-fresh infinity, a principle unfailing, inexhaustible, at no point giving out, brimming over with its own vitality. If you look to some definite spot and seek to fasten on some definite thing, you will not find it. The contrary is your only way. You cannot pass on to where it is not. You will never halt at a dwindling point where it fails at last and can no longer give. You will always be able to move with it, better, to be in its entirety, and seek no further. Denying it, you have strayed away to something or another order, and you fall. Looking elsewhere, you do not see what stands there before you." The body of spirit. The belief that one can control, heal, or improve the body should be superseded by the spiritual knowledge that body is spirit, even as life, mind and body is spirit. Life could not be one nature and body another. When we are aware that spirit is one infinitude, one existence, then our belief in human selves, human beings, and body ceases. Spirit cannot be in states or in degrees of being. Spirit is always spirit, all-inclusive. The understanding that we are spirit puts an end to contrary viewpoints. In spirit, cosmic consciousness shall all be made alive. That is, all shall see and understand from the basis of the one principle in nature. Spirit is neither cause nor effect. Until one is able to break away from the belief in the triad of mind, matter, and personality, he cannot comprehend the kingdom of spirit. Not a temporal healing, but beginningless wholeness and perfection abide unbroken in spiritual consciousness. Actually, we know little or nothing of truth or reality until it is revealed to us, not by might nor by power, but my spirit, saith the Lord. A form of life is not less or other than life itself. There is no more to life. Speaking as a man, one speaks of a material sense and a material life. But knowing of God that all is spirit, and that spiritual life and form is one, we know there can be no form of a material life. Spirit is supreme. See nothing to heal or perfect, knowing itself to be infinite. Perfect being cannot feel grief or unforgiveness, sorrow or want. Spirit cannot be contaminated or defiled. The heart which glorifies the one selfhood, knowing there is no other, is independent of dogma or creed. It is a wellspring of light within itself. If the question is asked, is this material body I walk around with the spiritual body, the one question needs to consider the viewpoint of the questioner. Turning again to an analogy of a flat earth, what would be one's answer to the question, is the flat earth I see all around me the round earth? A rational answer is impossible for the reason that one earth only exists, and by the same token one body only exists and is present. If one believes the round earth to be flat, all his questions and answers will be unintelligible. Truth only understands truth. To answer truly, one must know as a divine mind, identifying oneself with the non-existence. He is double-minded, and the spirit of truth is not in him. There are no situations, minds, bodies, or thoughts to handle or treat. There is no personality to address in treatment. Divine mind sees divine mind perfect and complete, lacking nothing, ever aware of itself to be spirit, the one and the only I. Where need one go to see and know reality and truth? It is generally accepted that one must die or leave this world in order that he may enter another world where truth is more fully known. In a sense, this is true, but not in the way inferred. We are to give up the belief that we are mortal, matter, mind, and personality, and awake to the truth that we are spirit, right here and now, and that no other world exists. This consciousness is verily the kingdom of spirit. End of lesson. Chapter 14, The True Worshippers. Lesson number 9, September 18, 1944. as it is. In the field of mental practice today, many are discovering to their dismay that beliefs about truth, which they have been depending upon utterly and absolutely, no longer support them as formerly. Healing works are not taking place in times past. The reason is this: the old order is now going out, while simultaneously an influx of new light is taking place. Healing practices are limited because it must become known that human mind and human existence can never become spiritualized. My kingdom is not of this world, a world misconceived as material. John 18:36. The world misconception passed away. Imperfect beliefs and teachings must now give way to the perfect and real. The hour is here when those ready to give up the old and new will find the kingdom of God to be within us always. And learning what this means, we shall go forward into great light and glory. When the day arrived in history that the use of kerosene oil was to give place to lighting through electricity, many prolonged their acceptance of it, even as before their time some of the slaves already set free preferred to remain longer in slavery. Whenever a new order comes into view, the old must pass away, and the time has now come when healing is to be based upon an entirely new platform. We are to find our wholeness, harmony, and perfection already complete and inviolate in spirit within us. The belief that we are a man or creature, a body or an image is not the truth. The belief that each is an individual consciousness and that he is to create his good by thinking it, and that he has a mind, will, and body of his own to be redeemed or purified is not the truth. The increased struggle to apply the truth to mind, thought, or condition comes to an end, and the reason is that truth is what we are, and not what one intends to make himself. Permanent release from ills or discord is present as one turns to the kingdom of spirit to see things as they actually are, and have ever remained. Instead of a need for greater effort to change thought or consciousness, this belief must be banished entirely. It shall become known that one mind and one consciousness reigns alone. Realities of beings cannot become known while one concerns himself with the practice of mind over matter, truth over error, right thoughts over wrong ones, and while he continues the belief that he must defend himself from all other minds or from an entity called evil and its various allies. Spirit is mind, which is never in states or stages of consciousness. Spirit is pure consciousness. Spirit is life eternal, without sickness, sin, or death. Perfection exists for all who leave all other ways for this one way of identification. Only in illumination can we see things as they are, since it takes spirit to see spirit. Every living one and thing is this one substance, spirit, never any other. There is not one mind, temporal, and another mind, eternal. This is not a present time of preparation and a future time of peace and bliss. Time shall be no longer when we perceive the one to be without an opposite or adversary. The eternal now is here, and if we will, we may believe it and accept it, for it is the truth. There will never be any time to us but now, nor any place but here. Disregard the teaching of a future time and place for reality to be known and experienced. Whatever is must be always present. God knows no future, no states and stage of being, and God is our only being. Where is our perfect world, our perfect experience, our perfect existence, or harmony and peace? Reality is our consciousness, none else. How shall we enjoy this wondrous experience? We must believe in the one God as Spirit, and have no belief in another existence. We must expand beyond the limits of religious belief and teaching. Truth is not known through any system of ideas which have to do with cause and effect, changing and applying, regenerating and overcoming. Spirit is truth itself, immaculate, immutable, unchangeable. In the light of truth we see and know everything as it is. Spiritual things have no materiality. Identified as spirit, we are no longer the self we seem to be, but that which is the only one. We are that to which we prayed. We are that which has been the only one forever. Whenever new light comes into view, old things must pass away. Healing is now to give way to a whole new concept, that is, we are to find ourself, mind, consciousness, body, and will to be spirit, and we shall know that in spirit there can be no sickness, war, discord. The understanding is spreading rapidly that spirit is all and all is spirit, that there is but one I or identity, which is inseparable life, mind, and being. Our harmony, happiness, and abundance are therefore predicated upon the eternal principle of our perfection as present right here and now, not upon a practice of healing something or someone as a palliation until one passes on to some future time and another plane. Not better healing and quicker healing results are to be desired or expected, but the very thought of healing is to be superseded by the pure knowledge of one selfhood, one consciousness, and one existence, to exist without a becoming. The kingdom of perfection is within us now. It has never been apart from us, nor we from it. One cannot know the realities of being so long as he believes that we are the perfect being now, but the first translation must take place. Except a man be born of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. John 3:5. Drop everything pertaining to duality, another mind, being, and conscience to be changed, corrected, or purified. Never can there be more than one. None can escape this spiritual prerequisite. Truth is reality now. When one feels the futility of all efforts to apply the truth to someone or something, then shall the awareness come from within, that perfection is the established fact, and that all that is required of him is that he believes in it, love it, trust it, and hold to it with intense spiritual devotion. Foolishly, it has been thought that disease should be healed more quickly, and that demonstration should be more certain, but this is not the necessity. One must experience the consciousness which is spirit, and understand mind itself to be all things, perfect and eternal. The belief of a healed mind, thought, body, or condition shall pass away, and the perfect knowledge that our mind, conscience, and body are spirit now, never having been otherwise, shall become known and accepted. Divine revelation owes nothing to human beliefs and doctrines. Thoughts, feelings, beliefs, or actions do not condition reality. Being is the unconditioned. Just as you are, you can experience your perfection if you will turn from beliefs which are conditional and face your perfect self as your completeness and allness here and now. The Christ light, the time for thinkers, came and is past. The time is now here when the real worshipers will worship the Father in spirit and in reality. John 4:23, Moffat translation. Through various ways of worship, finally we come to that experience known as the within. Here all things are eternal. None can place those things seen as external unto that which is within. We must be detached from church, textbook, teacher, friend, or relative as personal things or people. We come to God alone. The price is high, but oh, the glory we have with us, having lost nothing but gained all. To know how to live in spiritual consciousness and to be free from fear, worry, doubt, and unhappiness is existence absolute. We find reality to have been with us and in us always, even our very being. Our life is spirit, our being is spirit, we are spirit. Our hunger and thirst for knowledge has ceased. Until one has tasted of reality, his understanding of life is necessarily intellectual. The spiritually minded can know spirit. If one would experience revelation, then he must part with whatever keeps him from it. The greater our love for and devotion to our perfect self, as already as our very own, the more frequent will be the times lived in illumination. One can make as many changes in his consciousness as he will, but none of them will bring him direct divine light, because truth is known by truth, and not by change of mind. Christ, or spiritual light and revelation, is its own church, its own royal power and glory, its own understanding, serenity, and bliss. In profuse and dramatic parables, Jesus pointed out that heaven, reality, exists now, as the eternal established fact. He asserted that there was no way to it only to leave all else for it. Then without labor or effort we will find it within us, and we within it. He emphasized that the way of spirit is simple and easy, without struggle or labor. Our perfect spiritual body will not be manifested through any change of bodies. If it does not exist now, it is certain that it never will. A single illumination of spirit convinces us that a material body does not exist. Accept your body as it is in spirit now, and you will not need to think of healing it. You will be aware that the perfect body you have in reality is the only one there is or ever can be. The everlasting gospel. In the Bible there are hundreds of references to spirit and to the spiritual. The meaning of spirit can really be known only by experiencing it. All the descriptions of it will never explain it. Some may find it difficult to walk away from the intellectual or mental viewpoint with one great stride. Yet no way exists to experience God except by spirit. In the book of Revelation we read of the everlasting gospel, which is to be preached everywhere, Revelations 14:6. The keynote of this gospel is spirit. Heaven, spirit, and the spiritual world are identical. The self is the being of spirit. The body is the body of spirit. World or universe is the universe of spirit. When it is said that we must come to God alone, it does not mean that we cannot receive help from another who has himself found the way of spirit, for most certainly we can. Yet the same as we do our own breathing, eating, and drinking, we come to ourself alone. Our moments spent with spirit are the most wonderful we can ever know. Here we are taught the deep things of God. The reader of this lesson may recall that at one time I mentioned the experience of having a painful finger because a rose thorn had lodged in it deeply. That night when pain was felt, I began questioning myself like this: do I believe that I have a material finger into which a thorn is entered, and that I must have it removed? Or do I see that I have a finger which is spiritual and perfect, in which no thorn is present and no removal of it is required? Immediately I saw reality as it is, and the pain stopped that instant. Soon no discoloration or swelling could be seen, and no thorn was felt or present. The very nature of our being is illumination and knowledge, even as the sun is its own light and heat. Our self and our light are not distant from us. We and ourself are the same one. To know our real nature as our only nature, and to love it supremely, assures us of instant knowledge, satisfied and sufficient. End of lesson. Chapter 15, Truth and Reality. Lesson number 10, October 28, 1944. Perfect Manifestation. It is significant that the last book of the Bible is called Revelation, designating revelation to be the way which shall bring an end to the belief in a human existence. Revelation reveals spirit and manifestation to be the same one. Knowing reality to be spirit, we no longer believe in things physical or things mental. We know God to be the whole of us, and the whole of us to be God. We know the only one, I, to be the only identity of all. When we are willing to leave all other ways, we come naturally into spiritual illumination, where we experience truth and reality to be our very own, present always. We know what it means to be still and know that I am God. What does it profit one, though year after year he takes human footsteps as a means to bring spiritual perfection into a human existence, if in the end he discovers that the whole setup of human existence is rooted in a fallacy? The fallacy that we are someone beside God, living in some place beside the perfect world. Deliverance is not by way of a healing problem after problem or taking step after step in a human existence, but by an awakening to the glorious, precious truth and reality that there is no human state of being, mind, or existence, that God is spirit, and that there can be no other. We are not delivered from a human existence, but from the belief that there is a human existence. When in consciousness we experience our true and only state of being, spirit, we know that our spiritual consciousness is the consciousness of God. Our experience of being and manifestation to be one is certain and ineffaceable. The sooner one gives up the wrong belief in teaching that he must work his way out of matter and mortality into spirit, and accepts the truth that perfect being and perfect manifestation are present here and now, the sooner he will know and feel the imperishable peace and serenity of spirit. The illumined state plainly that unless we ask with our heart, unless we can scarcely eat or drink until we know, unless life is no longer worth living without the experience of the absolute truth, we shall not gain it, that we are to desire reality and truth more than life itself if we are to be worthy of its experience. Direct revelation has not to do with the process of thinking. It is neither reason nor thought. Thus, to have revelation, one must give up the ways of reason and taking thought. Spiritual manifestation is ever present as reality itself. It is not something to be brought out or made visible. For instance, when we see the form called a rose, we see all there is of a rose. There is not an idea of a rose and the form of a rose beside. Likewise, there is not spirit and forms or bodies of spirit beside. The one remains one. To turn away from belief in oneself as a mortal and see and accept oneself as spirit is not to get out of one being into another. It is not to see never have we been immortal and we need not emerge from it. The one being is the being we are now, and there has been no other being. When we give our whole attention to that which is real and truth as our only existence, in a divine simplicity of heart and devotion, we feed upon the bread of life. We drink at the fountain of living water. In this pure consciousness we drop the belief that suffering or tribulation is a way to God. It is not true. The perfect knowledge which we have gained from any religion will abide with us forever, but we shall need to turn from all that is imperfect and untrue. our very own. Identifying ourselves with our own true and real self is present now. We experience an inner stillness, peace and happiness, impossible while practicing other ways. Abiding in this light, loving it above all else, our answer to every question is certain. I recall a time when soon after I had begun studying truth, I had invited a relative from a distance to visit me. He was a Methodist minister, and I wanted greatly to present this wonderful truth to him. Imagine my chagrin and consternation that when a day set for this arrival came, I woke to find myself faced with the belief of a very distressing cold. Eyes, nose, throat, and voice told the story, and I was distressed beyond measure to meet him this way, for how could this evidence coincide with my message? My whole being was consumed with one question: what shall I tell him, and how can I explain it to him? He was to arrive very early that morning, and I was busily getting ready for him. I was constantly questioning myself for some explanation to give him, but none came. I saw him coming up the front walk. His hand was now pressing the electric button, and still I had found no suitable answer to the question surging from my heart. The question, what shall I tell him? With my hand on the doorknob, I paused. In desperation and total abandonment of self, I turned to God, crying, God, what shall I tell him about this cold? Back came the answer like a flash. How can you tell him anything when you haven't it? Oh, the glory of that instant! I opened the door with a feeling that I knew everything. I was radiant, whole, without trace of a single symptom. Our visit was a most happy one. How foolish and stupid the way of talking thought! How thrilling and glorious the way of turning to God as our very own life and being! Never can we account for sickness or trouble, for to God, our only being, discord is not present. The above incident may serve to illustrate what is meant by direct light or illumination. In that fraction of a second, I had experienced being the divine mind, knowing truth as my own consciousness and living in spiritual existence. Reality is the thing itself, manifestation. Heaven is the world of our own spiritual consciousness, a world of spiritual things visible. A world could mean nothing to us without forms, things, manifestation. Our experiences and illumination convince us that not only is our body present, but other forms as well, and that all of them are forms which are pure and perfect, having no materiality. There is but one thing needful, one thing of supreme importance and magnitude. It is to know our consciousness of God to be our allness and completeness here and now. Our consciousness that God is our whole self, our whole existence, our whole world, is our peace and harmony, our safety and immunity, unbroken and absolute. Think not of God as someone other than your very own selfhood. The more one realizes himself as he really is, instead of as he hopes to become after he has improved or regenerated himself, the sooner shall he know revelation through an actual experience of it. How do we receive illumination? From the light within us. If the light of truth is here, we shall know it, and we shall experience it. It should be apparent that the lack of this knowledge and of this experience is felt only because one persists in accepting imperfect beliefs and teaching, rather than dropping them at once and entirely and taking immediate possession wholeheartedly of absolute truth. And now the burning question: who is the dreamer or false believer? Who is the one to be born again? Who sees evil and feels the need of healing? What is the origin of evil? These questions are all the same question. They are all rooted in the belief and teaching that a separation from God began, which separation religion accepts and calls the fall of man. No answers to our questions can ever be found from this position, nor can they be answered from the state of truth and reality, for here they have no meaning. Questions relative to evil, darkness, war, and limitation will be cancelled and swallowed up as we are willing to turn from the general beliefs and religious teaching and face God in the secret place of our heart. Here in the realm of divine light, all is perfection, unconditioned. We find God to be our only self, our only universe. We do not lose our identity. Our experience is no longer that of a separate individual looking and yearning for truth and reality. The one life and being is the fullness and allness of each. I am that I am. End of lesson. Chapter 16, Living Waters. Lesson number 11, December 1st, 1944. The purely spiritual. It is apparent that a definite advance has begun toward the purely spiritual. Today there are those who are ready to give up labor and struggle to demonstrate health, wealth, and happiness for acceptance of the absolute truth that we are not flesh, but spirit. Romans 8:9. These lessons can reveal understanding to those who have not studied metaphysics, as well to those who are now ready to expand beyond it. Those who call themselves human beings cannot find a solution to their human problems. No remedy for the limitations of a flat earth could be found by those who lived as part of it, when they discovered the earth to be round, not flat, an altogether new viewpoint open to them. Then the limitations of a flat earth were automatically lost sight of. Exactly so with the limitation called sickness, sin, sorrow, want, and war. They too shall be done away with, effortlessly, for him who knows himself to be spirit. If fear and trouble could be healed each time a need aroused, we would never know ourself and our world to be completely perfect here and now. The promises of safety, security, peace, and immunity are found to be sure and certain by those who receive or accept the light, that one being alone is present, the infinite I. He, I, shall deliver thee in 6 troubles, yea, in 7 there shall be no evil touch thee. Job 5:19. Why continue to believe in mortals when I am all of all? Why persist in accepting 2 powers, 2 worlds, when there is none but me? Why carry on with misconception when I am only mine there is? Why struggle and labor to put on or emerge into perfection when perfection alone is present? The Vedas declare the reality comes not by mental gymnastics, but by pure love and devotion to the One. They teach that the bliss of self is always with us, and we find it if we will seek it earnestly. We are ever the Self, the Absolute. The essential purpose of the Vedas is to teach the nature of the one selfhood, and to declare with authority that this is our self, that we shall realize perfect peace, serenity, and bliss by constant devotion to the self, which has no opposite. It is true that if we continue to accept but the one self, the one I, this spiritual awareness will bring us infinite calm, peace, and happiness. We see and we know, we love and we exist as the self itself. Continuing in the knowledge that one self and one world is now present, this reality becomes natural to us, clear and certain. Our realization of God as our being, mind and world, is God consciousness. In the one infinite, there is no evolution of other beings, other minds, other consciousness. Equality cannot be found elsewhere than in our awareness that we are the infinite one. Detach yourself from the doctrine or belief that this world is not God's world, that we do not possess now the mind of God, and that we must evolve into perfection in reality, perfection of the One, never changed. It is always here. Rely with all your heart on the eternal, and never lean on your own insight. Have mind of Him wherever you may go, and He will clear the road for you. The eternal will be your protection and preserve you from all danger. Proverbs 3:5, 6, and 26, Moffat translation. End of lesson. Chapter 17, The Unconditioned Absolute. Lesson number 13, February 17, 1945. Inner Illumination. We should be devoted to one selfhood as our only self, and never think for a single moment that we are another. Our self is our all-seeing eye, our all-seeing ear, our all-knowing mind, our almighty Savior, our infallible illumination. When one adapts the idea that he must bring truth into expression, he overlooks the fact that the self is mind and manifestation is one. Place not the spiritual and real on one side as God and truth, and on the other side see a body to be healed or thoughts to be overcome. This plainly represents the city or house which divided against itself shall not stand. Matthew 12:25. The very word demonstration is thought of as the practice of truth over error, the use of truth to heal disease, sorrow, or sin. Often one sets out to demonstrate truth in his affairs. He should know spiritually that harmony and wholeness already exist as the one selfhood, unchanging. Healing should not be thought of as a removal of something discordant, but as the joyous acceptance of that which we know to have ever been our perfect selfhood. Through illumination we know that perfection is what one is, not what may he attempt to demonstrate. Truth is the manifest, without beginning or end. To those of inner illumination and understanding, the Absolute is the unconditioned. Until this knowledge comes to one, that all is the one being and the one existence now, he will need to continue his effort to overcome difficulties. To perfect self, there is no such thing as matter or material life. One would need to designate something as matter before practicing a denial of matter. Denial of a thing admits belief in it. One of the old sayings of the East is that Satan is the science of demonstration. It is plain that should one say, I will now demonstrate my good, he must first assume that this good is not already present in his mind and world. The knowing of the truth, that he is the one selfhood, is quite sufficient for his freedom from limitation. As a human being, one seeks and prays for the things which are already his as a spiritual being. He can be delivered from a dream by waking from his sleep, and by the same token, he can be delivered from the belief in mortality by accepting the glorious light that he is present here and now as the true and the real. Wholeness is not reached through healing, nor perfection gained by regeneration. Attainment is the opening of one's eyes to see what has always been present, like standing still in his own identity, beholding himself as he is. Blessed are the meek, Matthew 5:5. One is not meek who strives or struggles to do something with the truth, whether to heal someone, overcome something, or bring the perfect into manifestation. Meekness is knowledge that already we possess all, for already the one being is the whole of us. The meek are they who know they possess everything in their own being, and that they are without personality of their own. They know that the Absolute One is not only the mind of all, the life and being of all, but that the Absolute is their whole existence, their only world. End of lesson. Chapter 18, Light of the World, Lesson number 22, August 20th, 1947. What the Absolute Message is. Absolute truth can be known and understood in one way alone, for what it is. The word absolute means this: perfect, total, all, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, the voice of truth, the word of truth, verily, truth itself. The Absolute speaks as follows: God is spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. John 4:24. Note unforgettably the imperative must in the above sentence. It is the Eternal's must. To know the truth, we must think as spiritual mind. We must be pure in heart. We must love the One as the Alone, and be willing to abandon belief and use of the following words as follows: mind and thinking, 5 corporeal senses, matter, material sense, human consciousness, human concepts, cause, effect, result, appearance, illusion, unreality, nothingness, translate, transmute, develop, apply, control, cultivate, individualize, psychoanalyze, evangelize, impersonalize, error, mortal mind, mental power, mental treatment, evolution, warfare, destruction. The above words and their facsimiles pertain to a being, a mind, and an existence which do not exist. Words portray just what one believes, whether it be one existence or two. Worshipping spiritually, we must not believe in nor discuss any other mind or any other existence than the perfect and the present one. The Absolute Message pertains to the one existence only. It knows no other. What is spirit that we must worship God in spirit? Spirit is our own spiritual consciousness, aware of spirit as our complete existence. It knows there is nothing existing but truth, nothing manifesting but reality. Knowing spirit to be all, we no longer think or talk of a human or a mortal illusion, shadow, or a dream. There is one God, and there is none other but me. Mark 12:32. There is one mind, and there is none other but this infinite divine mind and its infinite divine formation. In this mind there is nothing, anything to be changed, transmuted, translated, handled, or healed. Beside this mind there is no personality, human mind, error, or mental state. There is no universal illusion, mesmerism, hypnotism, or mortal mind. Divine mind does not see other minds, other beings, other formations in need of treatment. It sees no illusion or appearance to be dispelled, no good or evil to be impersonalized, no thoughts or pictures to be chained. Divine mind does not know of a mortal mind to make any claim, or any error to argue its point. It does not see anything to be lessened or intensified, to fade out or to be brought to light, to appear to view or to disappear from it. To spiritual mind, all is spirit. To spiritual mind, all is truth. To spiritual mind, all is spiritual formation and spiritual existence. This mind sees its infinite spiritual selfhood to be the one, the alone, and the all. If we would know God and worship him in spirit and truth, we must accept God to be totality. We must not accept any mind, power, formation, or existence but infinite one. The mind, which is God, knows what is, and knows none else. Mind knows, sees, feels, and has cognition of all there is of its infinite perfect selfhood. It knows no time when truth is not present, manifest, and expressed. In the allness of God there is not anything physical, not anything material, not anything mortal or mental. God is not the source of anything. God is everything. As this mind we know there is no humanhood, no mental influence, no material mindedness, no traditional beliefs, no Adam race, no personalities or human beings. No error that has existed down the centuries or centuries to elapse before truth will be universally expressed. Spiritual existence is all there is. In the universality of this existence there can be no material existence, human existence, or mortal existence. Material sense does not exist, nor material body or mortal mind. Functioning as spiritual mind, our vision is single. Our thoughts are pure thoughts, natural, spontaneous, harmonious, and altogether satisfying. Our thoughts need no watching, controlling, or reversing. To infinite spirit and truth, itself is all it knows, all it sees, all it feels, and all it makes known. We are this spirit and truth. God does not manifest as personal minds or personal beings. God does not build better bodies according to better mental pictures. God does not see through a lie, nor reverse a lie. God does not need to develop, attain, translate, overcome, or destroy anything in his infinite, illimitable kingdom. God does not see the need of anyone to be healed or redeemed. What a confusion of vision to claim on one hand the allness of perfect spiritual mind and its perfect spiritual manifestation, and on the other hand to discuss how to deal with falsities, human concepts, mental pictures, and mortal mind. It is an absolute impossibility for anyone to see, to handle, or to heal anything with mind knows nothing about. The one and only mind is of pure eyes than to behold evil, and cannot look on iniquity. This mind is continually proclaiming that without me there was no God formed, neither shall there be after me. Is there a God beside me? Yea, there is no God, I know not any. To the one mind, which is all the mind there is now and ever can be, there is not a thing true but truth. There is not a thing real but reality. There is not a thing existing but spirit. Since there is but one God and one mind, which is ever seen in knowing its own infinitude to be all there is, then what mind is seen in thinking that there is a necessity to heal, to attain, or to overcome something? What mind is discussing appearance, falsity, or discord? Since God is the one infinite perfect mind, including all formation or manifestation, then where is a place for appearance or dream picture? Since a divine mind does not see or know of a false sense, pain, and distress, where is the mind which reports them? The answer is as follows. There is no existence of matter or mortality. There is no existence of a human being or a mortal mind. There is no existence of false thought or thing, unreality, error, illusion, or lie. Nothing beside truth can have existence. Our existence as infinite mind is eternal, for this mind includes all that exists. There has never been any other existence. As God mind, we do not discuss what we know does not exist. We know that any discussion based on another mind and another existence is not truth, hence there is no truth in it. There is one state of being only, the state of perfection and immortality, without cause, without beginning or end. This one absolute state of being is the Father's house of many mansions, infinite mind and its infinite revelation, self-luminous, self-revealing, ever proclaiming itself to be all. The way to spirit and truth is not by the purification of mind and thinking, but by purity of heart. Any purification of mind and thinking is an absolute impossibility, since in truth there is no such mind. Purity requires love of the heart for God, great enough to be ready and willing to give up all belief that one has a mind, and of his own spontaneously he thinks as divine mind. When one does not come to God by purity of heart, but persists in believing that he is a mind of his own, and so must watch his own thinking, he deceiveth himself. Even it is written, For if a man thinketh himself to be something, a mind and a thinking of his own, when he is nothing, when he has no such mind, he deceiveth himself, or he is not aware of the one mind is all. Galatians 6:3. Those of us who have set our hearts upon the God mind as our only mind, we are the true worshippers. We know the absolute truth. Light must be seen by light. In no other way can light be seen. Likewise, truth must be known by truth. In no other way can truth be without a second. The way of truth without error, the way of reality without unreality, the way of the one God alone. Then as this one we can declare, I am the truth, I am the one mind, I know no mind or existence but that of spirit and truth, I discuss no other, I love and adore the one only. They who believe they have a mind of their own, and must stand guard over this mind, believing its thinking to be the source of their health, harmony, and success. Jesus likened to a foolish man which built his house upon the sand. This house fell. Finally, a personal mind and personal thinking will prove of no avail. It is not of God, and therefore has no truth in it. We who understand that we are to think by divine mind, setting our love upon this mind and rejecting belief in any other, Jesus likened to a wise man, who built his house or understanding upon a rock. Reader, if you can see that no other mind but the divine mind can possibly know the truth, then you are seeing and you are thinking as this very mind, right here and now. Our understanding is the house which is founded upon the rock, which cannot fail or fall. Matthew 7:24-26. As the perfect mind, we know no other mind believing in itself. As the perfect mind, we know no other mind exists. None can see and know as this mind until he is pure enough in heart to believe in this mind only. This is indeed the laying down on that which is vanity to accept and to be that which is truth. When we are thinking as a divine mind, we know no disease, sin or discord, demonstration, translation, or destruction. Thinking as this mind, we have no sense of a human need, nor any of mortal existence. The reason why there may seem to be another mind in its thinking, when there is not any, is because one has not yet seen spiritually that there can be no mind but the universal spiritual mind. When one actually perceives this spiritual fact and accepts it fully and completely in spite of contrary beliefs and teaching, he will begin to think as the one mind. Then his days of strife, struggle, and warfare are ended. The kingdom of heaven at hand denotes the fact that the real, the true, and the perfect is always present, always here and now. It is our very own consciousness experiencing the fact that we are spiritual being, enjoying spiritual existence. Thoughts of having been people, humanity, or mankind are unknown. Revelation 21:4. Think no more of human needs. Whatever need may seem to be could not be a need for anything human, since spirit is all. Whatever need may seem to be, we can understand that already it is fulfilled by Spirit, for to Spirit nothing is lacking or absent. Knowing this truth, we shall find the thing needful to be at hand, right within our own consciousness or world. Our divine consciousness remains aware of its completeness always. While one persists in thinking and reading or talking about human needs, human betterment, lifting the human consciousness or correcting human minds, the allness of his own consciousness and world is not perceived or believed. All the books, teachings, and demonstration of the whole world can never bring the realities of spirit into a human existence. It is simply impossible. The paramount question of concern today should be this: how shall I be able to think as divine mind and to see things spiritually, that I may enjoy and experience the life and being of spirit? The answer is that one should open his heart wide to God, with an all-absorbing love, sufficient to blot out all sense of and belief in another mind, thinking, and existence beside the one. He will then enjoy spiritual light and illumination which constitutes his spiritual world. Truth is the only existence. As divine mind, we love everything that belongs to truth. We love the inspirations and revelations of our perfect selfhood. We love to feel its presence with us, its endless peace and harmony. Our perfect mind includes all the wonderful things we love to possess. Our mind does not see something else beside itself and then attempt to heal or to destroy it. Since the words demonstrate, utilize, and apply point to something else beside God, then as the true worshippers, we must no longer use these words. That we may have an illustration which will throw new light on the subject of demonstration and healing, let us consider the round earth and a flat earth. Here we can gain a clear insight into what constitutes reality and truth, and why we should not make use of the words error, false belief, lie, or appearance. Limitations of a flat earth could never be overcome, surmounted, or destroyed, because there was no flat earth. The round earth only existed. A flat earth did not have an appearance. A flat earth did not exist as a false belief or an illusion. A flat earth had no existence at all. It was never seen or experienced by anyone. No one ever lived upon it. It could not be corrected, healed, or destroyed. Having no existence, there was no cause for it, nor was there any cure for it. Having no existence, nothing could be done about it. Now and always there is but one earth, the round one. Human existence is comparable to a flat earth. There has never been a human existence any more than there was a flat earth. Human existence is not a false belief or an illusion, nor is there stage or state of human existence. A human existence has never been seen or experienced by anyone. No one has lived in it. There is no cause for it, nor is there any cure for it. Having no existence, a human existence has no limitations to be overcome, surmounted, or destroyed, nor can its problems be handled or healed. Now and always there is but one existence, the spiritual one. It is the only world, being, body, and consciousness there is. It can be seen and experienced now by those who believe in it and who identify themselves with it. The truth about anything is all there is of that thing. There is not something else existing as a falsity, an illusion, or lie. Note this carefully. Since falsity has no existence in truth, falsity has no existence at all, either actually or supposedly. Never attempt to impersonalize error or falsity. Such effort is void of light. It is as worthless as would be the attempt to impersonalize a flat earth. There is not the real, and beside this, an unreal existence. There is not the truth and something else present which is untrue. Truth is the only existence there is or ever can be. If a thing is not true, it has no existence anywhere or at all. Once this is perceived and admitted, you will understand how utterly foolish and useless to attempt to treat or handle what you know does not exist and is not present. God is not human. God is not mortal. God is not mental. Since our existence is spirit, then nothing can be done with a human state, a human mind, or a human condition. Columbus did not instruct his people how to bring forth a better flat earth or how to become more comfortable and prosperous while living on a flat earth. He taught them the truth that this earth they lived on was not flat, but round, and that accepting this new discovery, they could now think of this world and of their happiness in an entirely new way. The instruction which teaches spiritual existence to be somewhere else other than here at hand is not true instruction. The Absolute altogether rejects this belief, declaring and expounding spiritual existence to be our existence now. While God remains God and spirit remains spiritual existence, there cannot be a human existence, a human mind or human body. Spiritual existence remains the alone inclusive of manifestation. Think not of a human existence as false, temporal, or unreal. Perceive spiritually that there is no human existence at all. It has no beginning, and it will have no ending any more than a flat earth. A human existence cannot be traced to Adam, a sleep, or mortal mind. Know the truth of one existence in one world and live in it, your own consciousness. This is the clarion call to all who have ears to hear, eyes to see, and a heart that is pure enough to love and feel spiritual things spiritually. The reasoning that there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so, is utterly void of truth. Thinking did not make the earth round. Thinking did not make the earth flat. Thinking does not make existence spiritual. Thinking does not make a human existence. Regardless of any kind of thinking, spirit is all that exists here and now. There is but one way to spiritual existence, spiritual mind and spiritual body. It is to accept spirit as present. Not at a distance or somewhere else. Spirit is our being now. Spirit is our mind now. Spirit is our whole existence now. Accepting this truth is the way you will give up all beliefs in two identities, God and man, two minds, the spiritual and human, two worlds, the one we see before us and another one which is not seen. I am the light of the world. It was while I was deeply considering the example of the one round earth that suddenly I questioned, what about those thousands of years when the earth was supposed to be flat? The answer was given to me immediately. There were no such years. At once I knew that the divine mind, there are no calendar years. Without hesitation I questioned further. But what about all those people who believed the earth to be flat? Again the answer was instant. There were no such people. I saw for a certainty that if one had not the divine mind, he had nothing. The truth is this: I am the way. All who accept one I, self or being, as the one identity of all, know that there has never been more than one world and one existence, and it is here and now before us. Turn again to the simile of the one earth. There was but one way to it, to see it as this very earth. Columbus declared this earth we live in to be round, not flat. No path led from one earth to another. Every thought relating to a flat earth was spurious and worthless. Only those thoughts relating to the round earth were of value. It has been taught that like streams of water tributary to the same ocean, multifarious paths mapped out by creed and doctrine ultimately reach the same goal, heaven. They who are on these hypothetical paths en route from one world to another, but testify to their belief in many beings, many minds. They are constantly at work to change the things they see and do not want to have, and to create the things they do not see and wish to bring to pass. Though many have spent a lifetime attempting to emerge from matter into spirit, or leave a human existence for the spiritual, It is significant that we have never heard of anyone advancing these theories to have arrived at this goal. Having pointed out the path taken by many as representative of a broad way leading to destruction, and also having pointed out the one way taken by the few as representative of the narrow way leading unto life, Matthew 7:13 and 14, there still remains a crucial point to be considered, namely, how can one leave the broad way for the narrow way? How can he know divine mind and experience harmony and happiness right here and now? The answer to this question begins with the words, "Ye must be born again," John 3:7. Until this word is spiritually heard and spiritually understood, further enlightenment cannot be experienced. Identified as a man or a personal mind, one is blind to the truth, that since God is the only being, there can be no man being or man mind. Ye cannot serve God the one and mammon a second, Matthew 6:24. Every spiritual admonition required spiritual love and perception to realize and fulfill it. The first perception toward the new birth is for one to turn himself away from the belief that he is a human man or being and reach into his heart for light. The heart is the center of light and will reveal the one divine mind to be his only mind and consciousness. No purification of thought is to be considered, for when one perceives that never has he had a self or a mind of his own, he will simultaneously cease having wrong thoughts. As the one mind, his thoughts will require no correction, but will be naturally satisfied and pure, calm and unchanging. Concern yourself with truth alone, not with people, nor with thoughts, nor with discussions. Let your love for God, for reality and truth, be pure and holy. You will then be at peace with yourself, and in your humility and purity, your thinking will be spontaneous, natural, and perfect, like your breathing. Fulfilling God's requirements of you and knowing as the one mind, you will be like a watered garden and like a spring of water whose waters fail not. Isaiah 58:11. Truth is often breathtaking in its absoluteness. The word of truth is yea, yea, nay, nay. It decrees I am. It also decrees there is none else. As this earth is a round earth, even so this existence is a spiritual existence. Those believing they are going from this place to that are going nowhere. There are no such paths, no minds having this beliefs, no such people nor time. All ways and methods pertaining to another mind, world, and existence beside the one are not. The one mind has never ceased to be omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient. The absolute message presents the true and only way, the way which is not to do with thought-taking, processes, personalities, demonstration, or attainment. It is the way Jesus called the narrow way, Matthew 7:14. It is single-visioned, single-minded, single-tongued. We understand spirit by spirit, divine mind by divine mind. We discover that we have never been asleep to be awakened. We have never been in a human existence to be translated into the spiritual. Divine mind is all, and there can be no universal mortal mind or a supposititious false mind. Power belongeth unto God, Psalm 62:11. Spiritual power or light is the illumination of the one mind, which outlines neither method or system, nor places the distance between the real and an unreal. Spirit, God, is an entirety without an opposite, and there can be no human mind or human will, no subconscious mind, personal consciousness, or aggressive mental suggestion. Since God is the only mind, there is no personal mind which needs to defend itself from another mind. Again and again, let one know and say that one mind exists only and is present now. Let him not contradict this reality. When we actually believe in the absolute message, we will not believe we are a human being, a mortal or a human mind. The mind which was in Christ Jesus is now in us. This is indeed the meaning of the new birth, that we accept the one pure and perfect self as our only self, here and now, surrendering all contrary belief and teaching. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Our Peace, Security, and Safety. Lesson number 23, April 2nd, 1948. The fullness of all. Beyond any other longing and more than all else in life, do you want to experience spiritual illumination here and now? If so, then deeply and profoundly consider the infinitely momentous fact as follows. Since spiritual mind is the single identity that is consciousness, and since spiritual mind is all that is aware of spiritual verities, then an elucidation of infinite spiritual mind as the fullness of all can bring light and understanding exceeding anything you may yet see or know. It is often asked, is it possible for us to be the spiritual self now? We are always this self. God's self is the only self there is. God's self is God-mind, thus we are God-mind. Never have we been otherwise. One infinite spirit, mind, is omnipresent perfection and completeness as unity, wherein we function from the basis of the one single whole. For instance, the fact that the earth is round was inspirationally revealed. Then it was known that there was no flat earth. No one ever saw it or lived in it. Earth has always been round. In exactly the same way, the truth that existence is spiritual is inspirationally revealed. Then we know that there is no human existence. No one ever saw or lived in it. Existence has always been spiritual. Any effort or labor to apply the unlimited resources of the round earth to limitations of a flat earth would be utterly fantastic and impossible. Exactly so must we regard any teaching which authorizes the application of spiritual mind, thought, and existence to human mind, thought, and existence. One single infinite mind is one single infinite existence. Dear reader, we are not learning about truth in a material existence. We are receiving revelation of truth in a spiritual existence. We are not advancing from sense to soul, from evil to good, from sleeping to awakening, from imperfection to perfection, from darkness to light, from mortality to immortality. We are truth and reality, right here and now. Let him who would experience spiritual illumination in the here and now cast away a divided viewpoint. Let him accept one mind, one consciousness, one manifestation, and one world only. Then he will know the meaning of 7 wonderful words as follows: oneness, allness, isness, completeness, perfection, I am. To know that God-mind is our nature and being, reality and entire existence, is both knowledge and realization. Not for an instant is our spiritual mind conscious of anything but its perfect selfhood. Mind's perfect awareness and manifestation is the fullness of all. It is not possible for mind of us, or we as mind, to be other than the one life. There is no beginning of life. There is no evolution of life. There is no reincarnation of life. There is no progression, growth, separation, or end of life. Life is spiritual, never in part, nor is it seen in part. Its awareness of itself as the spiritual whole of being, incomparable and unequaled, constitutes its world of formation or manifestation. That is, spiritual formation or manifestation is the concrete evidence or identification of mind's awareness of itself as totality and universality. Whom say ye that I am? Matthew 16:15. Identification is the illumined way. What does identification mean? It means this: whom are you calling yourself? For instance, let each answer these questions for himself. Do I believe my being to be God or a man? What mind do I say I am, the mind of God or the mind of a man? Am I believing in the existence of 2 minds, 2 worlds, or am I accepting one single mind to be the only mind there is, the whole of life, being in existence, verily the all of me, and the all of all? If one discovers that he is believing in a mind of his own, even watching his thoughts, then let him see that it is impossible for him to have a mind of being or world of his own, utterly and absolutely impossible. He must not believe in minds many. He must not think or speak of minds many or minds human. He must believe in God mind only. This belief will then expand into love for the real and true, and this love will expand into spiritual illumination, which alone can convince him that perfect God mind is his only mind, the one and only mind there is. Why talk about the allness of God or declare God to be infinite spirit or mind if one is believed in assuming that he and everyone else has a mind of his own? Since God mind alone knows what truth is, then how does one hope to know truth and enjoy the spiritual world, unless he is accepting God mind to be his only mind and God world his only world? Intense, all-absorbing love and unquenchable longing for the absolute truth of life, of God and of himself, will inevitably bring the sublime revelation that not only is his mind God mind, but his awareness, his body, and his whole world is consciousness itself. Since spiritual mind cannot be divided into portions, and since we can be spiritually conscious and aware, we are spiritual mind. We are not ideas of mind, nor are we ideas in mind. We are God mind. This mind is a solitary whole, indivisible and without a second. It is conscious, it is manifestation, operating as a unit always here, always now, always I am, throughout its boundless, spaceless, timeless self and being. Everyone and everything is the indivisible, inseparable whole. Mind is awareness. Awareness is mind. Mind is manifestation, and manifestation is mind. All is one. One is all. The self as us, and we as the self is one mind, one activity, one manifestation, the fullness of all. As the self, or the one mind, we do not refer to another self or another mind. We do not refer to another world of sin and separateness. Freedom, therefore, is where we experience the spiritual world of peace, harmony, and happiness. The thing that hath been done, it is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done. And there is no new thing under the sun. Whatever God doeth, it shall be forever. Nothing can be put to it, nor anything taken from it. That which hath been is now, and that which is to be hath already been. Ecclesiastes 1:9, 3, 14, and 15. The one self is us. We are the one self. Its spiritual forms or identifications are the very basis of our existence, absolutely and eternally established, irrevocable, unalterable, infallible, changeless. There are no results to be brought forth. Our consciousness of spirit constitutes our spiritual world. As long as one talks about a perfect mind and world existing somewhere else besides in the here and now, and considers that he has a mind and thought of his own, and that he lives now in a material existence, he must continue his labor and struggle to attain the impossible. When one is willing to abandon double-mindedness and accept one mind and one world to be the alone, he will see that never has there been a personal or a second mind, never has there been a dual existence. The perfect, universal self and world has always been the solitary one. From of old I am God, and from henceforth the same, none can snatch out of my hand, and what I do none can reverse. I am the first, and I am the last. 'Tis I the Eternal who call you by name. I am the Eternal. There is none else. God is among you only. Beside him there is no God at all. This is the message of the Eternal, the true God. I am the Eternal. There is none beside me. Isaiah chapter 43 through 45, Moffat translation. Only as the one mind can we find and know the truth of being. That is, in no way other than as the mind of God can we realize and enjoy perfection and completeness. How can we expect to see harmony and peace in our world unless we are looking with lighted consciousness? As mind we are exalted, in our illumination we see and know spiritual existence as it is. There is no mind within a body, nor is there a world underlying another world. There is not a real existence and also an unreal one, nor is there a supposititious opposite of the one. Reader, have just one mind, one manifestation, one world, for there is just one. If you find any difficulty in knowing this reality, then turn your attention back to yourself. If you are not satisfied in yourself that perfect mind and perfect body is what you are knowing and seeing, whether for yourself or for another, then surrender yourself more utterly to God. Truth will surely be revealed to you in a more vivid and absolute way. Loving God with full devotion above and beyond any other love and any other affection, you will find it easy to see that spiritual existence is ever perfect and complete, and it constitutes the self and body of all. When one has put aside the sense of dualism, the belief that God is one mind and himself another, and accepts oneness, allness, isness, I am, he can truthfully say, God is all there is of me. He knows the single one to be all there is of everyone and everything. He knows the real self to be the only self, the real self to be the only I. Think not of life as containing various progressive realms, modes, cycles, and planes. Life is spirit, mind, changeless, invariable, unconditioned. For instance, if you will recall an illumination or a revelation which you have experienced, you will remember that you are conscious or aware only of what you are thinking, hearing, and feeling as the one self itself. You may have heard a voice, either silently or audibly, speaking to you, in certain unforgettable words or sentences, yet even while these words were being directed to you and heard by you, you knew even then that the voice, the words, the whole experience was one. You were this one. What is spirit? The significance of the word spirit is so vast and momentous as to be unequaled. Spirit is completeness without limit, perfection without variableness, purity without sin, oneness without personality, wholeness without suffering, and allness without a mythical second. Spirit is a substance which is everlasting life, omniscient mind, immutable form. Webster defines spirit as an independent type of existence. Yes, spirit is self-existence, infinite selfhood known and understood as I am that I am. It includes infinite perfect mind and infinite perfect world, wherein peace, harmony, and glory perpetually reign. Spirit is infinite substance, which is undimensional. It is boundless, omnipotency, perfection, and completeness in itself. It is the immeasurable, timeless. It is eternity, spaceless. It is illimitable. Spirit is total existence in itself. We can see the sun by its own light only. Likewise, we can know spirit by no other knowledge than its own. This knowledge is a spiritual inner light called quickening, inspiration, revelation. In thy light we shall see light. Psalm 36:9. When one has faith and a love for the real and the true, born of inspiration, and feels an all-transcendent desire to accept spiritual light only, he turns from systems and methods which would identify him with a mind, body, and existence other than that of the One. Reaching out to that which is independent of all systems, that which is unrelated, unconditioned, spontaneously, he comes face to face with Spirit as an infinite sea of being, all-encompassing, all-comprehending, all-fulfilling, bathed in ineffable love, peace, and glory. He knows perfect mind and perfect manifestation to be the infinite, indivisible I Am, incorruptible, unassailable, undimensionable. The honeycomb is sweet to thy taste, so shall the knowledge of wisdom be unto thy soul. Proverb 24:13 and 14. We know the sweetness of honey only by tasting honey. Even so, we know the nature of Spirit only by directly experiencing Spirit, an experience which is altogether glorious, actual, vivid, ineffaceable. How sweet are thy words unto my taste, yea, sweeter than honey to my mouth. Psalm 119:103. Let one ask himself this question: do I desire spiritual light more than all else, and am I willing to meet its requirement now or not? In the presence of the Eternal One, let not him give his answer. Comparatively few reach for Spirit and its sublime revelations. All who do gloriously experience its omniscience and omnipotence. Sudden, unexpected it comes, then it is gone. When it is revealed to us, remains permanent and eternal. It matters not whether we are quiet and alone, busily engaged in some activity, or moving in the midst of a crowd. We may hear it as an audible voice or as a silent one. Its manner of visitation is as infinite an expression as the waves of the sea. On such occasion we are joy and ecstasy beyond description. Without taking thought of loving, we are love itself. Without effort to know, we are all-knowing. Insensible to ears and eyes, we hear and see unspeakable things. We are self-complete. We are self-contained. We are Spirit, experiencing ourselves to be all there is of us and of our world. Those reading these lines who have themselves experienced the allness of Spirit understand what is written. They who have not yet tasted and felt the life divine need only to release themselves more fully from belief in a personal sense, then they too will know. What a fabulous wealth lies in the wisdom and knowledge of God. Hunger not, thirst not, for the healing of a body or the regeneration of a mind which has no more existence and had a flat earth. Hunger and thirst for spiritual light and revelation. Herein are both perfect mind and perfect body, spiritual and eternal. If he accepts the mistaken belief that mind and body are personal and human, and that the world is material, one is depriving himself of the profound knowledge and revelation that mind, body, world have always been spirit. Why believe in that which is not truth? Set the heart on that which is eternally existent in itself. Whatever is established in being is likewise established in manifestation, as declared in the following words. Known unto God are all his works. Acts 15:18. Thy works were finished from the foundation of the world. Hebrews 4:3. Believe in spiritual reality to include mind, activity, and manifestation existing right in the here and now. The immediate loss of the sense of duality, of separateness and personality, as well as the loss of the sense of sin, sickness, sorrow, and limitation, are characteristics of spiritual illumination, sometimes called cosmic consciousness. In spirit, there is no bondage, struggle, or warfare, no sin or separation, nothing human, material, or mental. Spirit reveals there are not two of us, one, God, who is perfection, and two, another self which lacks everything. Spirit reveals itself to be the only self there is, myself, yourself, ourself, the totality of being and manifestation. To be born of the Spirit means to have had the luminous and the imperishable revelation that Spirit is the totality of love, peace, and happiness. One's understanding of the earth would not be intelligible if he said that there was no reality to a flat earth, that a flat earth was a false belief or illusion. His understanding is only sound when he says that the earth is round. Never has there been a flat earth. Similarly with one's understanding of existence. His understanding is not pure if he says that material mind and body are temporal, that evil has no reality. His understanding is spiritual only when he can say, Spirit is all, there can be none else. The identity of thought. What has infinite divine mind to do with human logic and its conglomeration of thinking? Nothing. What relation exists between infinite divine mind and a personal thinker? None. Divine mind knows neither logic, scientific thinking, or a personal thinker. Divine mind contains no project, plan, program, doctrine, procedure, rule, system, or method wherewith to bring changes into human minds, thoughts, bodies, conditions, or affairs. If one accepted human thought to be the power or activity of truth, and if one could manipulate or change thought, control, direct, reverse, or revolutionize it, this would definitely characterize thought as mutable, unstable, unreliable. Such a system, principle, or practice as is altogether dualistic and wrong. This profound insight introduces a momentous and arresting question as follows. What is the activity of mind? The activity of divine mind is spiritual knowing or awareness, ever intact and present. When this eternal fact is spiritually discerned, then systems of healing based upon a change in human thinking will no longer have adherents or followers. Reader, from this day forth, be certain of this. Spiritual activity belongs to God. When you accept divine mind to be your mind, simultaneously you accept divine thinking to be your thinking. Attempt not to watch, guard, master, or redeem your thinking. Thoughts of divine mind are naturally pure. Never could they be manipulated or changed. Thoughts of divine mind cannot be used or practiced. Practicing a scientific manner of thinking, as though thought could be used to heal or to destroy something, has no part in the immaculate understanding that divine mind and thinking is one. Reality of perfect thought is ever in operation. Isaiah 55:8-9, Luke 12:22-24. The thinking of divine mind is mind itself, ever aware of its perfection, love, peace, and harmony, to be eternally present, not subject to loss or change. Infinite mind and its infinite knowing constitutes the only mind and knowing there is. Never can there be a principle in practice, since manifestation is already perfect and ever present. To what could principle be applied? Upon what could it be practiced? Principle or truth does not attempt to prove anything or to heal anyone. Truth is divine mind knowing its action to be the only action there is. Thinking, awareness, consciousness are synonymous terms, expressing the activity of the one spiritual mind. Such terms as formation, manifestation, body express the visible identification of mind. Dear reader, we find the kingdom of God in a way that is altogether laborless, without system, doctrine, or method. The way is our spiritual love, our inspired love for that which is finished and perfect in itself, for that which our heart tells us must be unrelated and unconditioned, self-existent and self-perpetuated, draws us to it and it to us. And they shall be all taught of God. John 6:45. In order to experience the spiritual self, dismiss the feeling that there is work to be done or something to be accomplished mentally. Believing in spiritual mind and manifestations is changelessly established and changelessly present, one will inevitably become aware that there is here and now his very self and being. He will know that there is no physical time, place, or condition, nor is there anything mental. He will be able to identify himself as the spiritual self, and so will experience the peace, joy, and happiness of a real being. We worship the self, which is our eternal being. We acknowledge the spiritual self as all there is of us and of our world. We declare what we have experienced of the self. We say, I have felt my own being, I have heard, I have known, I have experienced it. I know myself, my being, my body to be utterly and Holy Spirit, tangible and real. Nothing but truth has existence. Nothing but truth is present. Wait not for thoughts to be corrected, dreams to pass, laws to be annulled, or perfection to be brought to pass. Reality never changes. See and believe in reality as it is. Half-truths have brought their measure of help in sickness, sorrow, and limitation, but none of them can establish a personal mind free from fear or a body immune to sickness. None of them is the perfect way. None of them can say, without change of place or time, without healing, without birth or death, I am the perfect spiritual self in existence. Knowledge gained through spiritual revelation proves conclusively that life, mind, being, body is spirit and not a man. Be absolute in your love for reality. It is true devotion that brings us the revelation of truth and reality. They whose life is God have eternal existence. Spiritual realization is our awareness of spirit as our perfect self, mind and formation, beside which there is none else. Rely with all your heart on the eternal. Have mind of him wherever you go. Proverbs 3:5-6, Moffat translation. Acknowledge spirit-mind to be your only mind and consciousness. Acknowledge there is no other. Acknowledge spiritual forms to be mind forms, the concrete verities of being. Acknowledge there are no other forms. In truth, there is no bondage. Therefore, be not in bondage to that which is not truth. Would you consider healing a limitation of a flat earth? Certainly not. Then why consider healing a limitation of a mortal existence? Why speculate about the healing of thoughts, the changing of minds, the overcoming of conditions? Why reason about healing or destroying anything? God remains all there is. Accept not the statement that right where the flat earth appeared to be, there was a round earth. No, a flat earth never appeared. Reader, come to God as the only mind there is. This mind can and will reveal to you that there is no existence but that of reality and truth. Truth is eternal without evolution. Reality is present without demonstration. Never has there been other or more than the spiritual single whole of being and of existence. Questions may be asked such as the following. How can I stop thinking about myself, about my fear, pain, and worry? What shall now take the place of daily mental work? How is one to realize the truth that there is no mind beside the perfect infinite mind? Begin by loving God with all your heart, knowing God is with you as all there is of you. It is simple to see that of yourself as a personal thinker you can never do anything, for God has already done all. Believe, then, that the only mind, self or being, is perfection itself. Ask and answer your own questions such as, is divine mind conscious of pain, fear, or worry? If from your state of purity you can answer no, then sink deeper into your own being and ask the further crucial question, is there any other mind? If you can still give the same answer with equal depth of fervor and with spiritual certainty, the quickening spirit will be felt. You will be at peace with yourself and your world. Divine mind is always conscious of the real and the eternal as present, since it is ever the all in all. In knowing the truth of divine mind and its all-inclusiveness, you are this mind itself. You should understand at the outset that you are not attempting to heal anyone or anything. You are simply to discover in a wonderful way that perfection is all there is of anyone. You know the divine mind is not in pain. It has no disease. It is not afraid or worried. You know that your body is this very mind. Your body is spirit, and that there is no other mind and no other body. The one mind and body is always wholeness and harmony. Moreover, you know this being to be the whole of you, or him or her. It can now be clear as crystal to you that there is no other mind to think or to feel anything. As you perceive this to be the spiritual fact and actuality, you are bound to feel spiritual exaltation and peace. Stronger will be your faith and purer your love. You will know for a certainty that there is no one and no thing to be healed, and that there is no mind seen or believing there is. There is not anything beside reality and truth. You will know that there is no power but God, and that God knows each and all to be himself. When we accept the one mind to be our only mind, we leave all ways to heal, to translate, or destroy anything. The true way is not one of healing. The true way is the way of spiritual light, wherein we know spiritual perfect mind, consciousness and form, to be our only mind, consciousness and form, present here and now. It is indeed our entire peace, safety, and security. Do not state that there is one mind, and then think and talk as though you believed in other minds as well. Do not listen to those who teach there are human minds to be put off or to be spiritualized. Never believe in an adversary, devil or mortal mind. Is there any such entity? No, there is not. Know therefore this day and consider it in thy heart, that the Lord, he is God in the heaven above, and upon the earth beneath. There is none else. Deuteronomy 4:39. That all the people of the earth may know that the Lord is God, and that there is none else. 1 Kings 8:60. Our world of spiritual consciousness constitutes our world of peace, harmony, and safety. For our spiritual consciousness is spiritual mind in spiritual form or body as the all of the infinite. This mind in this body is present as our completeness right in the here and now. Nothing short of our actual experience or our spiritual mind and our spiritual body can ever satisfy us. Can we reconcile the God of perfection, love and purity with error, tribulation, suffering, and death? We cannot. Can we reconcile reality and truth with the fall of man, original sin, punishment, and destruction? We cannot. Today, many are finding it impossible to reconcile some of the Bible and the absolute message. What has duality, mortality, humanity, and double-mindedness to do with one original spirit, perfect mind, life, and manifestation? Nothing. Infinite perfect mind could never predict or prophesy war, fear, or tribulation. Infinite perfect mind knows itself to be the alone. Why cannot war get rid of war, healing get rid of sickness, and repentance wipe out sin? That which has no experience in God cannot be healed, handled, defeated, or wiped out. Already it is non-existent. Some of the first chapter of Genesis and a few verses of the second present one mind, one power, and one manifestation. Then we read of a human being, a human mind and thinking, temptation, sin, curse, warfare, murder, mortality, and death. Never could the mind of God inspire this record. If the story of Adam and Eve is accepted as a myth, having no authenticity in history, then what about the rest of the characters whose genealogies are all traced directly to Adam by the Bible itself? Fables and genealogies are unprofitable and vain. 1 Timothy 1:4, Titus 3:9. How much longer will Christian nations continue to depend upon the records of those who lived thousands of years ago, instead of learning what is truth from God direct today? Is not God real and present right here and now today? Can he not reveal perfect knowledge to us today? He can, he does. Eternal mind ever exists in our own hearts, independent of books. Today, as always, the voice of the eternal speaks, declaring existence to be wholly spiritual, nothing else. No one need attempt to save humanity or save the world, illumined by Spirit. We know that we are Spirit. We know that never have we existed as a personal human being. We know there is no departure from our translation into Spirit. We know there are not two worlds, there are not two sets of senses, nor do we have two bodies. The story of the prodigal son portrays just this. There never was a prodigal son. We never left the perfect world. We are not in a material world now. To experience this fact as the eternal reality, we must love it above all else. Our experience as spiritual mind and spiritual body is our new haven and new earth of eternal peace, safety, and security. Our ability to realize our mind and our body as Spirit is with us, as our spiritual light and glory, when we relinquish our belief that our mind and body are material or human. As divine mind, we can know of nothing but divine mind. What is our relation of God, the Self? We are Spirit, the one and only selfhood. Do not separate yourself from God, calling God by one name and yourself by another. Give up belief in a human being and a human progress. Believe in the expansion of spiritual light and revelation. Let go belief in personality. Be unattached. Brood not over the past. All that is eternally present. No one was ever bound. None was ever set free. There is only one being, the Spirit, selfhood of all. There is no being to be appeased. Self, God, Spirit, consciousness are synonymous terms. That which is infinite must be only one. It must be pure, it must be perfect, it must be indivisible. To know this truth, we must be this truth, and to be this truth, we must know this truth. God never revealed all the truth to anyone, that everyone must obtain the truth from him or her. Everyone can and must realize the truth for himself or herself. We cannot know of God in reality until we do so. Wholeness has never left us, never changed nor been changed. Supply of all that is pure and perfect is right within our own being always. Eternal, everlasting, it ever abides exactly where we are. It must be sought and found by the heart's purest love and deepest devotion. Not only is Spirit the substance of our mind and of our awareness, but Spirit is also the substance of our body and of our world. Therefore we must see mind, body, and world as the same pure and perfect substance, Spirit. A far greater glory is ours when we give up attaching personalities to Bible characters and see spiritual things spiritually. Finally, it is revealed to us that Lord, Messiah, Emmanuel, Christ have one meaning, cosmic consciousness. When one has tasted the bliss of cosmic consciousness, he is ready to give up all for it. Jesus called such experience the Holy Ghost. Paul called it Christ. All of Jesus' parables referring to the kingdom of heaven signify it as consciousness, which is mind, body, and world. Here we are a new creature, and we live in the city of God. Cosmic consciousness begins with one's acceptance of the divine mind as his mind and his relinquishment of belief that there is any mind beside this one. His knowing and realizing will then be that of his mind. Then there comes to him the sublime vision and awareness that his body too is spirit. Instead of giving further attention to non-essentials, he now reaches out for life, which is everlasting and present, and for existence, which is spiritual now. Cosmic consciousness is prolonged illumination, an experience of affinity. We experience light and joy unspeakable, a worldless glory, ineffaceable. At such time we may experience our body as weightless, undimensional. What prompts such an experience, or what makes it possible? The answer is this: our surrender of the belief and teaching that we are human, and our body is human or material. Light springs spontaneously from the heart which makes us surrender, for this heart is set upon God as one's complete perfection here and now. Until one tastes of spirit through inner light, he knows it not. The unity of all cannot be brought about through union of minds or races, but only through awareness of one mind and spirit of all. In spirit, the whole is present everywhere. The whole is everyone. We contain all things in ourself. Purity of heart and vision leads the way. In cosmic consciousness, all are free and equal. There is our glory without end. The sun shall no more be our light by day, nor shall the moon shed light on us. Our unending light shall be our eternal peace, safety, and security. End of chapter. Chapter 20. The Living Flame of New Revelation. Lesson number 24, May 9th, 1949. The crucial question. Spirit reveals a stupendous, irrevocable truth that God is not a creator. We are not a creation, and on no occasion was life or being created, caused, generated, produced, or begun. Atomic light is the living flame of new revelation, revealing God to be one, all-inclusive life, being, mind, world, and existence, uncreated, indivisible, infinite. Everyone who has had real existence lives, inevitably as his beginningless, self-existent life. In no other way could we be eternal, since everything which has a beginning must necessarily have an ending. Reader, accept no longer the orthodoxy of creation. God never told of a creation of being, mind, or mortals. Discredit the doctrine altogether, as well as any spiritual interpretation of it. There can be no interpretation of the non-existence. The truth is that infinite life and being is the one unseparated whole and all, and that our life and being is this one now and no other. As long as one remains identified with the generally accepted belief that we were born as humans and that eternity lies before us, he has no way of knowing that we were never other than spirit, and that to be one must be without birth or beginning, indestructible and without end. The heart which loves the living God more than myth or mystery, person or creed, is not a human heart. The pure in heart are equipped with spiritual vision to perceive that there cannot be both one infinite pure being and other finite impure mortals. We know the teaching of regeneration to be based upon the pagan myth of degeneration or the fall from perfection. We repudiate this doctrine, and further illumined by our all-absorbing devotion to truth and reality, we refuse to accept the religious teaching of evil power or entity, which it called by such names as devil, Satan, enemy, adversary, error, mortal mind, or animal magnetism. Inevitably, one must arrive at the perception and conclusion that there is one power, one identity, one consciousness, and there is none other than this one. The teaching and acceptance of another power, another mind, and another world must come to an end. Each must face and answer the crucial question as follows: was there or was there not a separation from God and the spiritual world? Wonderful and glorious that we can know the great answer from God direct. In no other way would it be the true answer. Through spiritual revelation it is known for a certainty, and it is declared that our spirit and the Spirit of God is identical, and that the Spirit of God dwells in us, and not any part of us is here as a mortal, in a temporal human state, while another part exists at a distance in a state of purity and perfection. No, we are not in two parts, one there called the unfallen spiritual man, and another here called a degenerate mortal. Such belief is lacking in vision and truth. Some may say, we do assert that there is one mind, and that there can be no selfhood apart from God. Yes, on the other hand of the mouth they may say this, while on the other side they continue to teach or believe that one must watch his human thinking, spiritualize his human self, and waken his human consciousness. All such contradictions originate in one's acceptance of a fall from perfection. Would one believe in mental cause and effect, the atom belief, the dream of a material life of the concept of mortal mind, were he not accepting two states of being in existence? He would not. It shall be perceived and accepted that since there was no creation of mortals or mortality, there can be no humanhood to be improved or human being to be reinstated. The infinite one is the indivisible whole. The forever I am is the forever one is all, knowing neither physical birth, spiritual growth, or human development. The flaming light of new revelation shall explode the false doctrine, the false man, sin, sinful world, salvation, and atonement. What need one do they that he may see and say the truth, and nothing but the single truth? He need only turn to God direct. Here he cannot see two. The one will absorb his complete attention. Here he shall know and say, I am spirit, I am the one being now, and my consciousness of this truth is my spiritual world or universe. Reader, this is what is urged upon you to accept, the truth of the one as our present reality, rather than place our reality in a distant future. Until one knows the innate power and glory abiding within every heart which seeks truth from God direct, he may believe that revelation has come to an end. Through his willingness to discard teaching which do not measure up to the absolute truth of one being in one universe, and identify himself now as this one mind and being without a second, he is bound to see and feel the glory of the light, and experience it as his own present spiritual consciousness. There is no duality. Perhaps you may still be wondering how the Absolute takes care of healing and demonstration. The Absolute way is the infallible way. What but divine mind can know perfect being and perfect manifestation to be one and the same? No way exists for us to know our spiritual wholeness, harmony, and abundance of all good except as this mind. Right here is where many hold back and argue, still believing the second chapter of Genesis to contain a symbolic account of the beginning of duality. They think and speak of themselves as humanity, working their way out of human sense into spirit, from darkness into light and sickness into health. Accepting matter and mortality as a temporal human state, one is bound to feel the need for healing or demonstration, for he is denying himself the very glory he is seeking, namely the glory be beholding and experience the eternal realism, that we are the one life and being here and now, and no other. Sometimes it is taught that spirit is our potential nature. It should be seen that spirit is our actual nature only. No need to accept anything as true merely because it is generally taught or believed. It is from spirit we learn that there is no dual world, dual nature, dual mind, dual thought, dual will or existence. Accept not the theory that a human mind is false, that there is strife of truth or error, that we must break down duality and that we are ignorant until we are spiritualized and mortal until we are translated. No one say authoritatively that a human mind does not exist, that truth is the only presence, that the infinite mind knows no error, duality, change, development, or evolution. I am that I am, and there is none else. Attempt not to master material beliefs, handle false claims, or pay for one's sins. What then becomes of mortals, personal sense, counterfeit creation, tempter and temptation, a cause to support or a purpose to serve? Nothing, for how can anything be done about that which never existed? Spirit is not realized by any process of thinking or an ascending scale of greater demonstration as proof of healing or overcoming. Rather than such practice, one should stand still where he is, aware that spirit, body, and world have never deflected from perfection. Taking the eternal truth as our platform, it is simple to conclude that salvation rests in our own spiritual consciousness, that we know the truth of the one without another. When one puts aside his belief in two, spirit and matter, truth and error, divine mind and human mind, spiritual world and material world, God and man, he is ready to understand reality as one and see its forms of beauty and loveliness everywhere about him. A letter just received in today's mail bears witness to this new enlightenment as follows. In the study of your books, I have no longer to struggle to get rid of matter. For many years I was confused, as I had been told that matter did not exist. Therefore I felt guilty if I enjoyed the beautiful trees, fields, and flowers, as it seemed that I must eliminate them from my vision in order to see spirit. I had no idea how to conjecture a world of spirit and felt that I was hanging in mid-air. Now I know that the flowers, trees, bird, and various forms of life I see before me are not matter, illusion, or material life at all, but spirit, and I enjoy them to the fullest. I know now that spirit is all. Many are asking, how can I receive inner light and guidance? The answer must be the same always. Inner light or divine knowledge belongs to the one mind alone. If you love God, Spirit, the one divine mind more than all else, with supreme devotion, you will now willingly and gladly sever your belief in another self, mind, and thinking, and identify yourself with and as the one divine mind. Since none but this mind can know itself, there is no way except this mind can you be self-illumined. Laying aside teaching and belief which would identify you with a human mind and corporeal body, and accepting spirit as the all and whole of you, here and now, you will certainly receive that light which is guidance, peace, safety, and immunity. The absolute message alone teaches the way of self-light and self-illumination, for it alone identifies us as spirit now and not humanity, and as the one now and none else. The Absolute knows that as a divine mind we can and will be self-illumined, and thus experience the spiritual self and universe as a present reality. Reader, for a certainty you can enjoy the actuality of the great axiom that spirit is all, and there can be none else. The last clause of this sentence is as positive and certain as the first. If you feel that your present experience is not altogether satisfying to you, then study the second clause especially. Your clear perception that there is no other self, power, and mind, or thought beside the perfect, complete, and all-inclusive one, will disclose to you in luminous clarity that there can be no discord or lack in you. I recall a vivid illumination which came to me one time when a mother had asked help for her young son, who she said was getting teeth. I knew that the one consciousness to be perfect activity and manifestation, yet at the end of the next day the report was the same as originally. I asked myself what it was that I should know further. The answer was immediate and definite as follows: Timmy is not getting teeth. Then I recognized that I had not included in my knowing the reality that there is none else, that not anything can be formed or made, for everything is present here and now without beginning. This perception took care of the situation at once. I could relate hundreds of experiences when illumination was instantaneous and specific as words audibly spoken or inspirationally heard. Mind does not have consciousness. Mind is consciousness. Consciousness does not have a body. Consciousness is body, manifestation, and world. Mind is not one thing taking cognizance of something else. Mind is the thing it sees, and the thing it sees is mind. Mind is not a cause to be followed by an effect. There is no such thing as cause or effect, since everything of spirit is the spiritual world itself, verily our own spiritual consciousness. Nothing of reality is caused or created. Everything of reality is eternally omnipresent. In no other way than a spiritual consciousness can we experience spiritual being, body, and world. The flaming light. When I began the study of metaphysics, the same day I began the study of the Bible. As time goes, I was then in my early teens. It was from the Bible that I learned to turn from all else to God direct. I was not concerned with Bible personalities or with their problems. What stood out to me above all else was the fact presented, that when they turned to God, they received light and revelation. They walked and talked with God, and they found peace and freedom. As I took this way, I too found light and glory, peace and freedom. I kept on studying both metaphysics and the Bible diligently. One day I was startled when someone alluded to me as a mortal. I also found that I was closing my eyes and ears every time I was told of the working of evil, mortal mind, or mesmeric suggestion. None of this rang true to me. None of it agreed with what I was learning from God direct. My heart continued soaring high above rule, system, and favored person. I scarcely heard when they were mentioned to me. I lived in my own being. I walked in my own light. With my whole heart I loved God and accepted God as my changeless perfection in all ways, right here and now, and it was so. I experienced constant inspiration, joy, and happiness. I recall an early experience when I did not know my way out of a certain dilemma. I seemed to be in sudden great pain. Sitting alone, I wondered what to do about it. I began to ponder how I could feel pain if God is all, how I could even have a false belief, how pain could seem to be, or I could in any way be connected with it. I could not deny that I was feeling pain, or could I reconcile pain with God, or did thought of another power beside God occur to me? In utter desperation and abandonment, I threw out my arms, calling to God aloud, which is true, God or pain? I remember how instant the answer. It seemed to come as I was still speaking. Louder than any thunder came the vibrant, ringing words, there is nothing true but truth. As certain as the voice itself, I knew, I understood, I was free, filled with an exquisite glory. The more I turned to God for my answers, the further I turned away from doctrines and practices which taught nothing of self-light and self-revelation, which to me was the most important thing in my whole life. Finally, I left organization, and soon afterwards, 1924, I wrote my book, The Finished Kingdom, which contains many of my revelations and experiences. Today, those who read it still receive of its light and glory. We need only turn to our own perfect self to know that we are this self now and always. Here we live the intuitional life. We live joyously. We know there is no need to labor or struggle mentally. We know there is no fear in divine mind, and that there is no other mind. We know the one I is the only presence, the all and whole of everyone who has existence. By virtue of these facts, we have no fear of another's thinking, knowing as we do that not a solitary human mind or thought exists in the infinite being. To fear the thoughts of others is not to know that one mind alone exists, the mind of God, the mind that is our only mind. Is there more to be said of enemy, adversary, error, or mortal mind? We must not defame the power and glory of the infinite I Am by discussing another power or entity beside it. Identified as a human being in a human mind, one speaks of God as on one side of him and mortal mind on the other. He is ever between what he believes is to existence. Glorious it is and beyond measures to live and love the life of spirit, the one, wherein and wherefore we know one mind reigns alone. Expanding beyond the effort to remove limitations from a flat earth, it was revealed that the earth is round, and that there was no flat earth. The same fact is true of our own existence. Expanding beyond the effort to infuse a human mind with truth or heal mankind spiritually, it is revealed that being, identity, and existence is spirit, the one I Am. End of chapter. Chapter 21, Our Perfect Body and World. Lesson number 25, December 1st, 1949. A marvelously enlightening and authoritative statement of the Upanishadic Lord reads as follows. The eye with which we are seeing God must be the same eye with which God has seen us. Reader, have you ever considered how God has seen us? You may have given much thought to the way you are seeing God, but have you paused to contemplate how God has seen you? Study the quotation carefully, and you will discern to mean that we are seen truly only when we are seen through the eye of God, and that not until we see ourselves as God is seen us are we seen in knowing ourselves aright. Surely nothing could be truer than this. Are you willing to discover now for yourself how God has seen you, that you will know for a certainty how you also should see yourself? To do this, you need only answer a few questions set before you. Face these questions one by one, and let the answers come straight from the heart. Here are the questions. Is Spirit, God, seen us as human, mortal, or material life and being? Does God mind see us as another mind? Does the divine I see us living in a temporal material world in need of demonstration, healing, translation, or reinstatement? The pure in heart know and will declare that the one can see the one alone, that for us to see and understand as God sees and understands, we must see by divine mind, and that this is the perfect way. To see as God sees may come as a new and startling idea, yet in no other way can we know the truth of ourself, body, and world. Does the spiritual eye see or tell of a world of illusion, a fallen state of being, war, doom, destruction, death? The answer is no. The teaching or belief, therefore, which would identify us as mortals with human minds, living here and now in human state of existence, is not the sight of that eye. The only reason that one believes we are mortals, and that we must improve our material beliefs and emerge from matter into spirit, is that he or she has not yet seen by the eye of God that one being, one mind, one universe exists alone, that this one was never separated, that no other being or lives were formed, made, or created, and that no adversary, enemy, devil, or power can be seen as the divine I we know. I am the eternal, the true God, that is my name. I yield my glory to none other. Isaiah 42:8, Moffat translation. Teaching and beliefs, therefore, predicated upon the doctrine of a mortal human state of being existing here and now, will become useless and will pass away, but of the absolute knowledge that one alone exists, the pure, perfect, unchangeable reality which has no beginning and no second, there shall be no end. Quoting again from the Upanishads, the whole world is spirit, there is nothing else in reality. Betake thyself to this view of things and rest in peace. Thou canst not see me with thy two outer eyes. I have given thee an eye divine. Two outer eyes apply to the viewpoint which, looking away from the one, as the alone and all, see and call things which are not as though they were. Thus the constant use of double talk. The truth is self-evident, that if thy eye be single, which perceives the one alone, thy whole body and world shall be full of light. Matthew 6:22. The universe of spiritual realization is indeed our perfect world. We are not old, we are not young, we are not middle-aged. We are pure spirit, without birth, beginning, or end. Since the spiritual world is our own pure consciousness, we must therefore see the perfect world from within. I know I am. I am all time, eternity. I am all place, omnipresence. I am purity. I am perfection. I am neither a spiritual man, a human man, a perfect or an imperfect man. I am not image, idea, or reflection. I am not within being, nor is being within me, as one within another. I, the infinite one, am the whole of each and all. I am I, eternally. Vanity, rebellion, unforgiveness, deceit, or stubbornness are as naught when one's whole desire is to love and please God. He will be rewarded by the sweet whispering of spirit and the soft shining of light upon his way. He will pass from vision to vision, and from light to light more effulgent. The cross could not be interpreted to mean suffering, for spirit is harmony, and there can be no suffering. The cross symbolizes the pivotal prerequisite, the losing of one's belief that he is human or material to find his life in spirit. Luke 17:33. Resurrection is an abolition of the belief and teaching that we are mankind, mortals or humanity, and our acceptance of the revelation that the one perfect self has always been the one perfect self, unconditional and eternal. The Holy Ghost and its baptism is the spirit of divine inspiration, continually revealing spiritual things to us spiritually, giving us understanding and great joy. To receive this greatest of all gifts, illumination or revelation, one must first be ready and willing to abolish the teaching of duality and accept the one I, mind and being as the alone. He must accept and identify the one as the whole of him, and cease believing in himself as a mortal being with a human mind. Since the divine mind is the one and only mind, then not until he accepts this mind to be his mind can he receive light and illumination. How small the price exacted that the mind of heavenly light be revealed unto us. We know now that there is no devil, air, or mortal mind in the infinitude of God's universe. No hell, no deceiver or adversary. Our divine love and devotion to God will not permit us to accept doctrines and teachings which would associate it with duality, thus turning us away from God, the One. Whatever conflict there is, it is not between God and a devil or between truth and error. It is in ourselves if we accept duality instead of oneness. Questions are asked. How can I overcome fear? How can I realize truth? How can I find a home or experience harmony and abundance? Identified as a human being, one cannot know the way. Accepting the general teaching that you are a man or a human being, an idea or a reflection, you can do nothing. Only as the divine mind can you see that in this consciousness everything is perfect and complete, and not anything human, mortal, or material can be present. You need not attempt to prove anything. Rather it is that God is proving you. Never try to master any thought or thing. There is but one, not two. Even though one believes in falsity, he can never make falsity exist. Truth is the one existence. Truth never stops existing. Divine mind cannot feel pain, sickness, or lack. There is no other mind to be conscious of anything. This is the truth to be known. In this knowledge is our freedom, even as it is written, Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. John 8:32. This does not mean that sickness, discord, or limitation shall be healed, for how could that which does not exist be healed? It means that accepting the one mind as your mind now, your experience will be that of this mind, the voice of revelation. The message of the Absolute that we are spirit is not a doctrine, religion, or creed. It is absolute truth itself. The perfect word has always been the same. Spirit is all. Spirit is unseparated being. We are spirit. Amazing and stupendous facts have been commonly known to many through their own experience in cosmic light. Among these facts are the following: knowledge of our exemption from sin, our exemption from time, place, corporeality, and dimension. In its inimitable way, revelation breaks away from the general teaching of a separation from God and a creation of humanity. The way to know, self-evidently, that we are the one unseparated being now is by the experience called revelation or cosmic consciousness, which can truly be enjoyed if one is willing and ready to turn from teaching of duality to God alone. Everyone who has known direct revelation has been keenly aware of being spirit. Indeed, this is the crux of revelation, the never-dimming glory of ever flash of light. To hear the voice, to be the one self, even for a second, is to know that we have never been a human being. These moments are our eternal delight. Our knowledge is inherent and spontaneous. We are in the secret place of the Most High. Psalms 91:1. "'Tis I, the Eternal, who call you by name." Isaiah 45:3, Moffat translation. It is being asked, in the absolute teaching, what is my relation to God? Can there be one God in many of us? What and where is individuality that each of us is distinct from the other? As an illustration which will prove of help, let us consider a tree and its manifold leaves. Of course, we must accept this tree as a spiritual tree, real and indivisible. What is the relation of the leaf of this tree to the tree itself? One's first answer may be that it is one with the tree or that it is part of the tree. These answers will not do, for a spiritual tree is not divisible into parts, nor is any of it one with the rest of it as though they were two. It should be seen that the tree is a whole throughout, that all of it is a tree. Thus no relationship is possible. The identity of each leaf is the tree itself. Whatever is true of the tree is true of the leaves, for the tree includes the leaves. Spirit, God, is not divisible into many beings, even as a tree is not divisible into many leaves. Spirit includes its forms, which are spirit, undimensional. The idea of our relationship to the one selfhood is preposterous and should no longer be tolerated. When perfect vision arrives, imperfect teachings must go. It should be known universally that whatever is included in spirit is spirit. The teaching that God is not in man, that the greater cannot be put into the lesser, misses the mark of perfect knowledge, which declares there are not two beings, God and man. There is one being only, God. To be at all, we must be the one who is the indivisible whole in all. The fullness and allness of the infinite one is the identity and form called Mary or John. Therefore, each must know herself or himself as unseparated being, since this being is the whole of everyone. It was seen that the tree and leaf are the same one. The tree, it should now be clear also that spirit, Mary and John, are one and identical. This one is spirit. When someone states that he cannot understand how he can be spirit, God, it is only because he has the mistaken sense that he is a human being. He will need to discard this belief before he can see and think as the one mind and know the truth. It is certain that as the one mind only can anyone understand reality and know that God is the whole of him. Were it true that we are a man, mortal or human being, who must be changed, healed of sin and sickness, and overcome evil, we should need to continue with this practice forever, since that which is true is eternal. Whatever exists in everlasting existence, eternally manifest, eternally perfect, eternally present. The principle of the Absolute is that the one selfhood is unseparated being and consciousness, and that we are this one. No two leaves of a tree are exactly alike, nor are two of anything identically the same. Infinite distinctiveness and variety abound throughout the indivisible, illimitable whole. While each one has distinct perception and awareness, and there is infinite individuality, This individuality is not in us as separate beings, but in God as the infinite, unseparated whole. Each being is a whole. There is no individual consciousness. There is individual consciousness only. As the one consciousness, each knows the truth. If pain or sickness seems present, you can surely help yourself and take care of anything by seeing what is real and true. You can do this through self-inquiry and self-perception. Ask and answer your own questions. For instance, what body is that is sick or in pain? Is it the spiritual body? Is it the mortal body? Knowing the truth in yourself, that the spiritual body only exists, and that there is no mortal body, you will feel satisfied that the trouble has nothing to do with body, and that a body which could feel pain does not exist. Then question yourself further. What mind is feeling pain or discord? Is it divine mind? You must give the true answer, knowing in your heart as you should that the one divine mind alone exists, and there is no other mind. You will now see clearly that no consciousness exists to be conscious of pain or discord, that the one infinite is present now, and that there is no other power or presence. Inevitably, you will feel the confidence, peace, and freedom of spirit. You will not only know the truth, you will be the truth. Things which have formerly been difficult to comprehend through the eye of spirit will be seen as clear as crystals. This vision abolishes the teaching of a past history and a future eternity, cause and effect, materiality and mortality. Atomic light, exploding myth and dogma, reveals the everlasting truth that now are we spirit, perfect body and world. This message is indeed the voice of revelation. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Truth, the Bible, and Metaphysics. The belief and teaching of human creation is sustained by religious myth. For the new day we need a new Bible, which will reveal spiritual existence to be all that has ever existed. Those who want absolute truth alone, without an experience of warfare and suffering, should straightway give up their belief in creators and creations. The only afflictive light shall be knowledge, which will explode the belief that we are a created being living in an objective world. Those who fear not to renounce the old myth, the creation of mortals, separation, sin, warfare, and death, for the acceptance of the truth of life, of being, as the uncreated absolute, pure, changeless, and without end, will understand the smashing of the atom to be the extinguishing of the belief in the world of matter, a world of birth, sin, warfare, punishment, and death. What has been called the great mystery shall pass away in atomic light, the revelation that truth and reality remain inviolate, without beginning, change, or end, ever present, pure, perfect, and absolute. We shall be aware that the world of reality is our own spiritual consciousness. Perfect knowledge shall continue to reveal everything as it is. Perfect form shall be completely visible to us. It will be perceived by the single-visioned, single-hearted, that there has been no created being, thing, or world, that nothing ever existed but the kingdom of beginningless spiritual consciousness. It may be generally believed that the Bible relates a history of two creations, one, that of spiritual creation, wherein God created all forms of reality, and a second, the creation of matter, sin, and evil. Fuller search, however, will reveal that the Bible chronicles 5 creations, each distinct and different as follows. 1. The creation of man, male and female. God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. Genesis 1:27. 2. The forming of man Adam. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Genesis 2:7. 3. The making of a woman, Eve. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept, and he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib, which the Lord God had taken from man, made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. Genesis 2:21-22. 4. The conception of Cain. And Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bare a Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. Genesis 4:1. 5. The conception of Jesus. The angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. Matthew 1:20. Creation, sin, suffering, personal saviors, and atonement for sin are the theme of all religions. Reader, forgive yourself now and forgive everyone now by hearing and accepting the voice of revelation, saying, there is none above, none below, none against, and none beside the beginningless, infinite, uncreated one. Continue not in the belief or teaching of God as uncreated being, and yourself as created being. There is none but me. I am the all, perfect, glorious, absolute being. I am not other than purity. I am the I am, here and now. The second stage of Greek philosophy began with Xenophon, who was born in Asia Minor in 560 BC. The foremost subject of his inquiry was God himself, the supreme intelligence. He concluded that all things that exist are eternal and immutable, therefore without beginning. He declared God, who is perfect and the essence of all things, to be eternally one, immovable, all-powerful and all-pervading, but in no sense personal. He taught that God and the universe are synonymous, and that the world could not exist without God, nor could God be separated from the world. Parmenides, a pupil of Xenophon, sought to realize absolute being, uncreated and unchangeable. He was the first Greek philosopher who made a clear distinction between relative knowledge and the higher knowledge. He said that the self is never born, nor does it die. He declared, what is uncreated and indestructible, alone, complete, immovable, and without end. I shall not let thee say or think that it came from what is not, for it can neither be thought nor uttered, that which is not. Greek philosophers and Vedic sages believed in oneself, and that we are the self. Followers of metaphysics are sincere when they state that they do not accept what they call the second creation, but believe in the first creation only. Then why do they believe they are mortals to be regenerated, with human minds to be improved, and the nature of evil is to be understood, and strict mental discipline followed? Every teaching which sanctions these beliefs and theories is rooted undeniably in the belief of mortal creation. The absolute message alone discredits all creations, revealing one infinite, uncreated selfhood as the only presence. When one knows the narrative of creations to be utterly without truth, he will cease to accept whatever doctrines stem from them. It can be said that religion is ever learning, and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. 2 Timothy 3:7. Not unless religious perceive creations to be utterly without truth and sanity will they accept spirit as totality of existence. Religion and truth will then be one truth in every heart. Our Christ and Savior is our ever-present spiritual light and revelation, revealing our perfect self as our only self, present always, our unending light, unending glory. What book shall reveal the stainless highway? The book of the heart. Knowledge, which ever abides within, reveals the one I am to be the whole and all of all. How obvious and certain the fact that not a single religion of today could ever become universal, since each and every one incorporates duality. The prophecy of Professor Burke concerning religion may be well considered. In contact with the flux of cosmic consciousness, all religions known and named today will be melted down. Religion will not depend on tradition. It will not be believed and disbelieved. It will not be a part of life belonging to certain hours, times, and occasions. It will not be in sacred books, nor in mouths of priests. It will not dwell in churches and meetings and forms of days. Its life will not be in prayers, hymns, nor discourses. It will not depend on special revelations, on the words of gods who come down to teach, nor on any Bible or Bibles. It will have no mission to save men from their sins, or to secure them entrance to heaven. It will not teach of future immortality nor future glories, for immortality and all glory will exist in the here and now. The evidence of immortality will lie in every heart as sight in every eye. Doubt of God and of eternal life will be as impossible as is now doubt of existence. The evidence of each will be the same. Religion will govern every minute of every day of every life. Churches, priests, forms, creeds, prayer, all agents, all intermediaries between the individual man and God will be permanently replaced by direct, unmistakable intercourse. Sin will no longer exist, nor will salvation be desired. Men will not worry about death or a future, about the kingdom of heaven. Each soul will feel and know itself to be immortal, will feel and know that the entire universe, with all its good and with all its beauty, is for it and belongs to it forever. Where is the deliverer, the Savior? Who or what? The Savior of man is cosmic consciousness. This consciousness shows the cosmos to consist not of dead matter governed by unconscious, rigid, and unintending law. It shows it, on the contrary, as entirely immaterial, entirely spiritual, and entirely alive. It shows that death is an absurdity, that everyone and everything has eternal life. It shows that the universe is God, and that God is the universe, and that no evil ever did or ever will enter into it. From Cosmic Consciousness, pages 5, 6, and 17. Metaphysics. Over a half-century ago, a new light called metaphysics shone brightly over the world. Many witnessed its power over sickness, sin, and disease. Metaphysics brought also a truer understanding of God than taught by the religions. It's called divine mind and divine love. As the years passed, no further light came out of metaphysics than at first discovered. It was thought that truth had been revealed, and now needed only to be practiced. Those of keener vision, however, began to see and question the contradictions and inconsistencies of the teaching. It became apparent that the instruction that we are mortals, or humanity, each having to watch his own thoughts, be a law unto himself, overcome sickness, sin, and mortal mind, and be the arbiter of his own fate, could not possibly be reconciled with the principle of one mind and one being as set forth in the teaching. It was evident that the continual consideration and discussion of two beings, two minds, two worlds, and two sets of senses brought frustration and confusion of vision and tongues. Double talk was inevitable. Revelation identifies itself with no one exclusively. Revelation is as universal and omnipresent as God. Now, in the presence of a new light, it is revealed that there is only one mind and only one being, and they are identical, and that there is no other. Sweeping aside teaching, system, rule, and practice based upon the premise that God is spirit and we are mortals, the voice of revelation proclaims we are what God is, right here and now. We are spirit, the one mind and being. Though the metaphysical idea of the elevation of a human mind, the raising of a human consciousness, and the translation of mortals into spirit was a refreshing new idea when it was introduced, a greater light now comes which will supplant it. To know authoritatively the true status of our being, we must turn to the Book of Life itself, the Spirit of Truth within. Here it is revealed that one only exists, and not another, that the truth of the one infinite must be the truth of all. Our acceptance of spirit as our identity here and now is our only freedom from sorrow, tribulation, and death. God is none other than the self. It is impossible to find God outside ourselves. The spirit of revelation is within and not elsewhere. Turning away from that which is part truth and part untruth, we are alone with God as our only mind and being. Since we have never been able to reconcile God and sinful being, God and warfare, God and devil, we make the great decision to accept God alone. We are gloriously satisfied. End of lesson. Chapter 23, The Perfect World. What is spiritual consciousness? Spiritual consciousness is what we see, know, and feel within us as truth and reality. Here, spirit holds all things in their true nature without need of method, practice, or process. Here, spirit possesses everything. It is the thing it sees and the thing it knows. Spirit and its forms are identical, permanent, pure, and perfect. Spirit is continual activity, continual self-expression. The important thing to become universally known is the truth that we are not created beings, that not anything of spirit had a beginning. There is not subject and object, creator and creation, the incorporeal idea and a corporeal thing. Consciousness, form, and world are the same one spirit. Since God is all being as the infinite, indivisible whole, and since God is spirit, one cannot be of God and be a human or mortal being. Spirit knows itself to be spirit throughout its illimitable total being and selfhood. The infinitude of being is one universal identity, one I or me. Whatever the infinite universal identity is, must also be what each identity is. For the one identity as a whole is each particular identity. Each identity is therefore infinite in itself as well as in the infinite whole, and the whole exists in each identity as itself. Each individual identity possesses infinite power, infinite knowledge, infinite spiritual consciousness. Spirit is everywhere spirit. No separation of individual from the universal or individual from individual exists, but differentiation and distinction everywhere abound. Unique in himself, each is both individual identity and universal spirit, changeless, perfect, eternal. It is asked today, how shall I look upon world conditions? How shall I pray? How can I help to bring an end to the war? Each one must answer these questions from his own state of vision and understanding. Does he know his own consciousness to be his own universe? Or does he look outside himself and see an external or objective world? His answer will depend upon where he looks, what he is seeing, and what world he is accepting. No objective, external, or subjective world exists. By spiritual consciousness only is this seen and known. Each one should ask himself, is there a world wherein all is love and peace, and also another world wherein there is warfare, strife, and destruction? How many worlds, minds, and bodies are there? The single vision is true prayer. It sees as God sees. How can the perfect world be seen? In consciousness only. The perfect world can be seen by believing and accepting infinite spiritual mind to be our complete and whole existence, the all of all, and by identifying ourself as this mind and self. Here things are made known to us intuitively, naturally, and the things which we see and know spiritually constitute our world. To explain how one lives in his own consciousness, how he sees and knows reality or the spiritual world, cannot adequately be described. It is intuitional. It is a beholding of things as they are, without corporeality. Spiritual forms, existing as they do in consciousness, are distinct, though undimensional. Forsaking entirely an external view of things and turning wholly and completely within oneself to contemplate what he knows to be the truth of the world, the vision will be clear to him. He will see things truly, spiritually. He will know as the one selfhood. Each must cling to his own vision of truth and reality. If one would see being, body, and world spiritually, he must be willing to comprehend that there is one world only, the world of spirit and God. One will find it simple and easy to look in the world called heaven or the spiritual world. It is not necessary to close the eyes, though at first one may wish to do so. In his mind, he will be able to see peace, order, and harmony, beauty, love, and perfection in spiritual world. At once he will know that no suffering is here, nor war, nor grief, nor separation. All this he will see and feel within himself, for his own consciousness is his real and true world or heaven. Seeing spiritually the world as it is in reality, then so far as he is able he must think, live, and act from this consciousness, knowing nothing else is real, nothing else is true, nothing else is present. Knowing myself, I see as myself, I hear as myself, I live as myself. As perfect mind, I accept only the truth of myself. My mind can see and hear and know all things spiritually and perfectly. This spiritual seeing and knowing is true prayer, spiritual realization, spiritual consciousness, spirit itself. End of chapter, end of book. This audio presentation of The Voice of Revelation by Lilian DeWaters has been brought to you by audioenlightenment.com. Copyright 2014. All rights reserved.